I probably should have waited till Liza was back.
I think Allie should do it.
I think Rowan should do it. I think Kara should do it. No. Okay, Celeste. Oh wait, we'll wait for Liza to come back.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Do you guys hear the fan?
No.
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 Okay.
Nope.
I had to make sure it was low enough. But high enough that I could feel it.
Perfect. Last session, we were on an airship the whole time. Let me scroll back to my notes here. Rowan was having a mental breakdown at the beginning, still trapped with the keys stuff. Rowan snapped out of it. We were all like, yay, Rowan. And then Rowan and Nathan had a whole moment. And we got to hear some of the past. Liam was super sad and frustrated with Nina for a lot of it. Bonus though, everybody kind of got to do a little bit of fun stuff and relax, which I feel like none of us have done. Nathan was playing with firearms and powder. Nina was reading smutty books. Rowan was wood carving. Chara was flirting shamelessly with the captain. Liam was skulking a little bit, yeah, corners, just like observing. Chara planned a surprise birthday party for Nina, which was a lot of fun. And then we landed in Azkatla and we did a little bit of shopping and a little bit of tea delivering. And I feel like I've missed probably 2 plot points, but that is what I remember from last session.
Your party.
Nina,
I
Rowan
said I
can't
did a
use
party.
magic. Rowan can't use magic right now. What else there was? There was the debate of whether we brought the cult to Waterdeep, and Rowan had a prophetic dream.
Yeah, the red orb that went off in Waterdeep.
Yep. Oh, and then bad stuff happened in... Oh, we just said that. Never mind. Yep, the orb in Waterdeep. That's right. At the Temple of
I have
Heronius.
a line that just says lore drop. So we had lore happen last session.
And we
Such helpful notes.
It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts.
This is how I therapize. Patient tells me their trauma, lore drop.
Drop.
All right. So, as the group of you gather, you all decked out in your gala gear step outside of the Manta Rose. It is warm air here. Dry air. And you feel a light breeze come across. There's still light out. The sun is not set yet. You think you probably have a good hour, 2 hours probably before the sun fully sets. But you all step outside, walk down the plank, and step onto the docks. Let me throw you onto the Azkatla map so you can actually see where you are at. Okay. So You guys are actually right about here.
We still see the scene from the tea shop. At least I do.
Same.
Yep, because I didn't do that right. There we go.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Upper left. You guys are in the Ruby Docks area.
Okay.
That is where the Manta Rose touched down, probably out in this area, and then floated in the rest of the way. Or floated in. Steered in the rest of the way like a normal goddamn ship. And took dock there. When you guys docked, and before you got all your Gala gear on for the day, actually, no. Because you guys spent the whole day shopping and stuff. Sorry, retroact. 2 hours before sunset, you guys step off. You don't see a lot of people about, other than just normal dock workers. Most of them seem to kind of be ignoring you for the most part. You see Parsonus step forward, offer his arm to you, Chara, and he would look to the rest of you. Everyone ready? Good. And he would look to you, Liam. I would follow in the shadows as best you can. Best you stay on the low ground. We're about to head up there. And he kind of looks up, and you see off to the side, if you're looking on the map. So basically, broadcast. Up in this area is like a upper section of city where there is a stairway off to the side here that weaves its way upward along this side, and he basically gives you direction, Liam. You can either stay up in this area. However, he would kind of let you know that this is an upper echelon area that is well controlled by the Shadow Thieves. So if you want to hide in an area up there, you absolutely can. However, there'll be a lot of Shadow Thieves up there. There is an area down here where there are several buildings. This is all Market Square, but there are a couple buildings here that are 2-story that you could possibly, like this one in particular, hold on. This one here and this one here. This one is a 3-story building, which is level with that. So that would be a good vantage point if you wanted. And then this one here is 2-story, so it's not really level. However, it could get you across to the other side if you were good at climbing, etc. It's kind of up to you. There are multiple vantage points you could do here.
Just a quick question that might help me decide. Based on Shadow Thief lore, it's all very like isolated. Like no one knows who's a Shadow Thief unless they're like in your little little grouping, your cell. So even if there were a lot of Shadow Thieves there, wouldn't they not know who each other was? Because the cells, if I remember the lore I read, they tend to be very small.
They are small outside of Athkatla. Athkatla is actually run by Shadow Thieves. This is like their main base of operations, and it's kind of this underhanded... Everyone that lives in Athkatla knows it's run by the Shadow Thieves. everyone outside. It's just Ethketla. It runs how it runs. No one really knows who's in charge or whatnot. It is difficult to know who is Shadow Thief and who is not. However, in this area where you are going to meet the Triad, yes, you don't know who is Shadow Thief and who is someone vying for their support, essentially.
Okay, then that finished. I'm gonna hang out on, or rather, Liam is going to separate from everyone and blend into the crowd
Okay.
and keep him to the shadows. He's going to get himself up to that 3-story building that's
So the
like
3-story?
level.
Okay.
I think I can make a 10-foot jump.
Just before Liam does leave,
Yeah.
Liam. And
Yep.
Nathan walks over to you and holds up both holsters with life and death. Do you mind hanging on to these in the crab for me in case I need them?
Liam snaps. Jonathan comes out, opens up his mouth. Sure, put him in. But you
Nathan
have
just
to put them
looks
in.
at him, puts it in gently, and kind of thanks. And turns out it walks away.
Yeah. Jonathan's mouth closes, like snaps shut. Little claws just kind of click a little bit.
And just ahead of table 2 or above table, who's taking the earpieces? Because we're giving Liam one, correct? Okay, so Liam, you have an earpiece. Chara, do you want the other one? So that like you, because you have message and you can communicate everything else to the rest of us if you have the earpiece. I mean, I don't, it
Yeah,
kinda
that makes
feels like-
sense.
Okay,
She's also going to be separate as well. It's kind of.
what was that?
She's also going to be a little bit more separate, right?
Yeah.
So it would make sense for her to have one, and then either you or Nathan have one.
Well, I think we only had 3, and Gulliver has the third. I was thinking that we had all 3, but Gulliver has one because I remember we tried to see if they worked miles away.
There's 4. There's
Oh, there's 4.
4.
There is? Okay, so we do have a third. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then, Rowan, do you want the other one?
You can take it.
Okay.
All right. So, the group of you head following Parsonus. You watch as Liam gives you a nod and ducks into the alleyways, making his way towards the side of the building. Liam, real quick, just make me a acrobatics check.
Okay, acrobatics. That is a 25.
25. Yeah, you easily make your way up the side of the building and kind of find your way along the top side, looking for the best vantage point that you can. And kind of hunker down. You see quite a few, most of the buildings in Ethketla have a top side. A lot of them are either dome shaped or flat shaped, clearly made for a lot of rooftop jumping and such. So you easily find a good vantage point where you can see across towards the desert palace. Where, actually, I'm going to go ahead and throw the rest of you on the map. So this is more just for a visual, so you can kind of see what, come on. Hold on. Apparently I'm doing too much at once. There we go. All right. All of you come to a very opulent, very lush, large palace built atop Ethketla. You hear music coming out, and you hear voices, soft and dim, the sound of footsteps, clinking of glasses, laughter. And as you step under these large archways into a courtyard where you see a large fountain in the central area, surrounded by several different gardens. There are servants bustling about, a crowd of people, all of them nicely dressed, but in varying states of wealth. You see some that have clearly put a lot of effort in, but worn clothes, small little signs that give you the idea that many people have heard the invitation and are seeking help in whatever way they can to build their business. You see quite a few servants dancing in and through the crowds with trays on hand, trays of delectable foods, entremets, hors d'oeuvres, and champagne and wine glasses to boot. As you step under the archway, how would you like to enter?
I think Shara had things in mind, right?
Yeah, I think that Chara would likely definitely kind of sweep in. I think that what's really significant is that she's walking like a few steps ahead of Parsons, even though they're on each other's arm. Like, it's clear that she's leading as they walk in, and then probably would, as she enters, would definitely pause at the door for a few seconds and like take scope before ever so slightly tilting her nose up, arching an eyebrow, and walking into the crowd and snagging a glass of champagne as she does so.
You snag a glass of champagne and stride forward. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and have everyone describe how their character looks. Starting with you, Chara, as you stride in.
Yeah, Chara has a full gown on, complete with sleeves. So it's definitely has sleeves. It's off the shoulder. It almost looks like she's wearing two very luxe layers, like a blue satin, like a baby blue, sky blue satin underdress that comes a little bit over top of a deeper, darker blue, and it trails slightly behind her, but it is immaculately tailored. The group would know that Chara stayed up all night, like making sure that it fit every single curve, but like it looks as if it's brand new. And yeah, she also has her sapphire jewels on as well.
All right. Followed closely by Pausanias, who would step up behind you, snag his own champagne glass, chink it to yours for a bit, take a sip, and you just kind of hear him sigh. Oh, I do not miss any of this. He is decked out in a very Mandarin color, long suit jacket that the backside goes down to the mid-knee level, and very tight-fitting, and he's got his hair swept to the side, and he looks to you for a moment, Chara. Shall we sweep the crowd? Would you like to go this on your own first?
Let's sweep the crowd together. We entered together after all.
And he would hold his arm out again, and then the two of them would walk off. Nina, would you describe your entrance?
Yeah, Nina has forsaken her usual red leather, like simple armor bit for her black sheath dress. It also has sleeves, so it comes up on her shoulders, but right about here it actually breaks, and the back is a deep V that shows off the gold scales of her draconic origin. And then her white hair, usually in a high ponytail, is just all braided up and like pinned up. And then she's got the gold bracelet that Nathan made her. And she's no longer wearing the red ruby earrings that she normally wears. She actually gave those up too.
Do you have pockets?
No. Because this dress was designed by a man.
What a
Yes.
jackass.
No, Nina, I don't think carries much honor ever, and so she didn't need pockets.
And followed by Nathan. Would you describe your entrance?
Nathan would kind of walk up behind Nina and gently place his hand kind of like in the middle of your back, and he is wearing a full white tux. The jacket itself comes down to about waist as per normal, but the tail is actually missing from this tux. And then he's wearing a black vest that's got a mix of white underneath with a white shirt and a black bow tie. But he's also wearing a pair of black gloves to cover his hands. And he kind of leans over to you, Nina, and his nicely done hair by the twins that kind of like flows a bit. And are we going in mean or are we going in happy?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I think we go in confident, and we can assess from there.
Oh, so our normal selves. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Rowan.
Rowan is a good 10 paces behind you. Looks back over her shoulder to look at back at the street and just do one final look around what she sees on the building, looking up towards the roof, around the corners, and slowly starts to walk in. She's wearing a solid white tux as well, but like nothing but white. Shirt's white, ties white, boots, the dress boots are white to kind of almost match the skin tone, not quite. So it's maybe a little off-putting to some, because like, where's the skin start versus the suit? Normally her hair that's actually more just laying loose on her back is done in a tight, long braid, just one singular braid that comes down below the shoulder blades in the back. And doesn't necessarily walk in with confidence or anything, just more confusion looking. Just eyes darting around, trying to avoid any bumping into individuals, which will be difficult, but not wanting to touch complete strangers. Has no armor weapons pieces that you can see. And from, if you were to happen to look, she may or may not even have the amulet on. And she'll walk in, and having seen people just grabbing glasses off a tray, she'll try to walk up to someone, go to reach for one, someone else takes it. Goes to reach for another one, someone else takes it. And eventually is like a little more forceful and grabs one quickly that kind of spills on the tray a little bit and apologizes to the waitress. Seems a little bit nervous. And then just sticks to a corner.
You dart off to a corner. Nathan and Nina, a tray comes by, a server with some hors d'oeuvres. Welcome. Hors d'oeuvres. And you would see several different things. As you look over it, you would see the waiter reach into their coat and whip out a little card, and you would see written out several different hors d'oeuvres to choose from. A little menu for the evening. You are in for quite a treat. As guests of the Triad, they have produced the finest master chef to produce food for you tonight. Master Chef Gorgadush. Grilled oysters on the shell drizzled in lemon beurre blanc. Smoked trout blinis with creme fraiche and dill. Goat cheese crostinis with fig olive tamponade. I apologize, it's my first night. Black bottom brandy bites for dessert, along with miniature goodberry cheesecakes and creme brulee cups.
Liam bites into hardtack and dried meats.
Yeah.
Nathan will reach over and like grab the cart gently in between like his gloved fingers and pick it up. And I tell you what, darling, just make sure you're circling around me all night and keep it coming.
Absolutely. And you, miss, would you like any?
Yeah, I think Nina takes man, it all sounded so good. What was the second one? I'm gonna be annoying.
Smoked trout blinis with creme fraiche and dill.
Yeah, that's what she goes for.
Excellent choice. And she would hold out her other hand, and she'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and post that.
Beautiful.
All right. And she would pull the tray back. Wonderful. So glad you came. Please let any of the servers know if there's anything we can get for you.
Just send one over with some drinks. That'd be great, please.
Of course, sir. And she turns and nods. And you see a very spindly man in a black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, silver hair combed nicely. He looks very well put together, but he looks almost like perpetually exhausted and yet laser focused. And as the waitress nods to him, you see him look over towards another waiter, and he just does one of these, and another waiter comes out of a room carrying glasses of champagne and starts carrying them about. As you would see this individual. Who would step up to you and give a small bow. Welcome to the Triad Petition. Please enjoy your stay. Should you need anything, any of our servers can assist you. I am the head and lead hostess, Plukard Savosky, in service of the great master chef, Gorgadush.
Thank you.
Please enjoy. And he would walk off.
Nathan will grab a couple of glasses when they come by and hand one to Nina.
Mm-hmm. You know, I have these memories of being at events like this, and yet I know they're not real for me. But now that we're actually at one, I'm starting to think they were somebody's memories. You can't come up with this sort of thing on the fly.
I mean, that sounds like a possibility.
It's fucking weird.
I'm not exactly versed in magic myself.
She'll take a drink of her champagne, though, and just... That's what she's thinking about, is all of these weird memories that she has of being at posh events like this, knowing that this is the first one she's ever been at.
Nathan will kind of like stop for a second, reach over and kind of grab your chin a little bit and pull it forward. Now we get to make new ones. So focus on this moment, not the old ones.
Okay.
It starts to rain while Liam's outside.
You're right.
Chara, what do you wish to do? Do you wish to find someone to mingle with? Do you wish to remain off to the side alone with Parsoness, or what would you like to do?
That's a great question. I think Chara would mingle. Hold on. Let me roll a dice real quick. Let me see something. That's so unhelpful. It was a 10, but that's fine. So we'll say that Chara looks for quite possibly the loudest group or individual, like whoever seems to be drawing the most eye and attention in the room.
You see several groupings of people that seem to be making quite a bit of noise.
Before you go too far, I'm going to change her mind. Chara changes her mind. Which is on brand. You mentioned kind of the finery piece earlier and how some people definitely look like they have gone all out for the occasion. Chara would turn her eye to some of the outfits and look for somebody who's wearing something that's slightly understated, but obviously very nice. I have a theory that I want to test out. So just kind of looking for, I don't know, somebody who's maybe not in one of those groups, but definitely looks powerful in a sense. Do those words make sense?
Roll me a either investigation or perception check.
It was a 1, but technically it's an 11 because I have a plus 10 modifier.
Okay. It's not a high DC.
Great.
You see quite a few people in varying states of dress, varying states of presence. There is one small grouping of people where you see a man with perfectly situated white fluffy hair, white handlebar mustache into a beard, and little plump, standing next to a very pristine and tall woman wearing a dark storm blue gown, tight fitting with gold filigree down the middle, and that same storm blue cloak over her shoulders, almost somewhat militaristic. White hair just flowing down the back, and she stands there, her eyes, ice blue eyes, looking over the crowds, champagne glass in hand. And you would see this woman stand there. As you approach, she would look at you and kind of sniff, looking at you. Proprietor or servant?
Char would give her a once-over, starting from like the bottom of her gown and working her way up, and meet her stare. Proprietor.
And what business do you represent?
Oh, that's an easy one. Chaos.
Chaos. Come to beg for the scraps of the entitled. Yes?
No. I couldn't tell me that this wouldn't be a fantastic place to meet like-minded individuals. Simply network.
You see the portly man kind of chuckle. Well, you are in good company, miss. You are in the presence of Empress Nicolasia Avelia Vajiri of the Vajiri Empire. You see the woman just kind of roll her eyes a bit and take a drink. What business do you run, darling?
Hold on. Imports and exports of what I would say are interesting nature.
Define interesting.
Well, magic. You see, I am what some might call a realm walker myself. I have a way of getting things from point A to point B.
As do I. I'm proprietor over many business ventures. However, ship freighters, galleons, and warships are my pride and namesake. We are the premier shipbuilders of the Sword Coast.
Insight check. I want to know if that's true.
Yeah, go for it.
Teen.
What was it?
A 13.
Okay. You feel like you've seen a stamp on a box at some point, with something along the lines of Vajire. Vajiri. But it's not like something you've actively sought after or anything.
And have I heard of like this empress?
No.
Huh. Well, it seems interesting. An empress is interested in ships. Certainly a first. For me, anyway.
I'm not interested in ships, my dear. I built an empire. Businesses. I am Nicolasia Avelia Vajiri the Seventh.
Chara would incline her head slightly in like a deference or respect almost, and say, Talia, nice to meet you. Well met.
Roll a deception check.
That's a 26.
Whoa! Not even gonna roll that. Talia. So you are here for business ventures, or are you seeking the help of the Triad?
Well, really, those are one and the same, but more interested in expanding on my own, so to speak.
There are those who have the wherewithal to build and lead, and then there's the rest of them. The tools we use to build our empires. Which are you?
Not a tool. Jara would chuckle. I have... Whoop. My doorbell just rang. Sorry.
You're fine. It took me by surprise too. I was like, what the?
I would love some more clients who are just as interested in power as I am.
Power. And she kind of looks you up and down. And at this point, Parsonus would come up beside you and offer you a new glass. Take your empty one. And just give you a smile. You see her kind of narrow her eyes at both of you. You're not like the rest of this rabble. Looking at you specifically again, Chara, what makes you different?
Chara would like glance around the room and like shift her hair a little bit, and then I'm gonna cast Prestidigitate, and then it'll just smell like an autumn sunset, like almost as if that we've been transported. So like you smell the leaves, the decomposing leaves, you smell the light breeze, the cool air, and then I can cast up to 3 at a time, and then she'll do another where it's like a little twinkle in her eye, where it's like there's a little light behind her eye. And just say, I don't know. Delusion? Confidence? Both?
No. You smell like manipulation. You embrace chaos. Admirable. Not many women can command chaos without eventual self-implosion. You have class and intellect, both traits I greatly admire. Tell me, dear, can you bear children?
Probably. I've never tried.
Well, I have need of a surrogate, or if need be, a daughter-in-law that can produce me an heir to pass on my empire to. How attached are you to your business?
My business is power, and I won't give up my own power lightly. But I can't imagine that's a bad trait to have.
Let me ask you something. How many women do you know, empresses, that carry the title of the 7th, or the 6th, the 5th, any line of last name? I'm willing to bet none, because that is a title that men declare upon themselves. When you have endless pockets, everyone wants a piece of your time. This guild here, they have their purpose. I offer them class and business contacts, shipping lanes, cargo haulers. She kind of narrows her eyes at you.
Chara would give her a very soft and demure smile, like almost like flip of the hat change in personality. Men are idiots.
Indeed. I've had 9 husbands, all of whom failed to produce me the daughter I wanted to pass on my empire to, and my namesake. One did produce me a child, however, it was a boy. Disappointing. But when you possess as much wealth as I have, you make whatever rules you want, my dear. And no one will ever lift a finger against you, because all they want is something from you. It is the blessing and burden of the filthy rich.
I think a meeting could be arranged.
Well, how old are you, darling? Would you be willing to be subjected to a test of your ability to carry children?
Could you be more specific?
I want to ensure you can produce a daughter. I'm willing to train you and teach you everything. You've clearly got something special within you. You, my dear, are a wolf in sheep's clothing. I want to make sure whoever I attribute my bloodline, my namesake to, is willing to do what it takes to run an empire. I've had one child, and unfortunately I gave him up, along with the husband that produced him. Of course, I reached out to the boy once I realized I would have no female heir, attempted to mend the rift, but he wanted nothing to do with me. So you can see my predicament. I am willing to train you. And should you produce the heir I am looking for, I promise you they will be well taken care of. As would you.
That's a very interesting proposition.
Think carefully how you respond. There are very few moments like this in a woman's life.
Well, I wouldn't be an agent of chaos if I said no.
You see the individual standing next to her, kind of just watching it. Empress. Surely, quiet. And she looks over at him. Adults are talking. Go on. And the gentleman he abruptly shuts his mouth and with a huff just kind of awkwardly departs. You just hear him kind of mumbling. Nina and Nathan, you see this kind of shorter, portly man, well-dressed, handlebar mustache, kind of grumbling to himself, looking backwards, nearly bumps into you, Nina, before, excuse me, sorry, and shuffles off.
I was going to say Nathan would have stepped in front of him long before that happened.
Yeah.
And just looked down at him.
Cheers to you. Definitely does a wide circle.
We see him leaving from Chara's direction.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what that was about.
I'm going to choose to ignore it.
I'm sure we'll hear all the details later.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. Trust her enough to share them.
Let's stay close to Rowan. But
We just got to look for the beacon in white, right?
yeah. Just kind of feel bad that she's just hanging out by herself.
Liam sneezes in the rain.
How you doing,
I mean,
Liam?
Yes.
No rain. No rain in this desert. Not tonight. So,
I mean, if I had to guess where Rowan is, I'm going to say look for the darkest corner in here.
Yeah, I think we start to do like the rounds as well, trying to keep an ear out for anyone mentioning the name the Osteri Quill or just Quill or Silver Eye, or any of the other Triad names. So Lenaja Winter, Acario, Catham, or Sinesio Tavano. If I can read my own handwriting. Nina's just keeping an ear out for them. She wants to put a name to faces before she does any real approaching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, roll a perception check.
Okay.
I was going to say Nathan's going to do the same, but looking for Rowan specifically. So,
Okay.
Because he sucks at everything else.
That's a nat 2 on my part. So
Okay.
perception-wise, it's only a 3.
Okay. All right.
Helping action?
That's up to DM.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you guys,
Okay.
you two are together.
That's better. It's a 12, so it's a 13.
Okay.
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 Or use one of your inspirations.
Oh, I actually do have inspiration. Yeah, let's. Hey, there we go. 17.
All right.
And then demeanor-wise, I'm assuming you guys have seen Pride and Prejudice, right? When Mr. Darcy walks into the dance for the first time with like the sister, and they are just like stoic-faced, like not fun. Like I imagine that's Mina's. Like she doesn't look like she wants to be approached, really.
I love that.
And
I
Rowan.
was going to say Nathan probably looks happy.
Rowan, are you doing anything in particular off at the side?
Is there any sort of balcony that overlooks this main room? Is it just the one floor? Is there more than one?
So you, as you guys mill about, there's quite a few different areas. So just to give you an idea, this whole area is full of people. You can head up the stairs to this area where you see a dragon statue. There is a door behind there. However, if you try it, it is locked. And you do see 2 guards standing before it. There is kind of people milling about all through here. There's a doorway far off to the left, where there are more people, some table seating. There's like a little garden area off to the far right. And then in this area over here, there is actually, that is the kitchen area. There's a lot of different places you can go. The only place you don't seem, if you are kind of milling about, to be able to get into directly is this back central area. There is no, this area down here is the central courtyard. If you go up the stairs, you can't necessarily see down into it. It's more just kind of this walled off area. So it is up a level, but you can't really see down into it.
Okay. And is that like the...
Yeah, so those are like little kind of fountain areas, a little seating area. They do have like little stairs you can go up. It's kind of like a little walk around type thing.
Okay, then I would have made my way over to one of the little benches that's up the little staircase.
Okay.
It's a little higher, but I'm still within the main room.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so from there, yeah, you'd probably have maybe about a 10, about an 8 foot up height over everyone. And you can...
And I'm sitting, basically, like, every time I go to drink, I will look with my eyes out over the crowd but then when I bring it down, it's like I'm trying to make myself look more focused on just the sound of the water.
Mm-hmm. Chara, the woman, Nicolacia, looks at you again. So, what city do you operate out of?
Generally speaking, it's whichever one I'm physically present in. But my current base is... Fuck. What is the name? No, don't tell me. Hold on. It's not Waterdeep. It's not Red Larch.
Westbridge?
Westbridge. Thank you. I was not going to get that. I operate, but my current base is out of Westbridge. I like it because it's, on the ridge. A gate between regions felt advantageous.
Westbridge, I've never heard of it. Where is that?
I think it's north. No, it's definitely north.
It must be small.
Yes, it is small. But small is not a bad thing if you know what to do with it.
What's your annual revenue? How much are you worth?
As it stands right now, I'm probably worth... I don't know. Hold on. I'll tell you how much I'm worth. All right, let me tell you. No less than 1,000 platinum, but really for self-made and, as you've said, small. Could have done a lot worse for myself thus far. I've still got many years to go.
What's the worst thing you've ever done?
Depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
Well, I don't think that you think killing a man is the worst thing that someone could do.
No. What good is having wealth if you can't hire someone to kill someone?
I don't think I've done anything that bad.
Oh.
Other than kill a few men.
Oh. And
I don't have to do it, though.
No.
As you said, you can have other people do it. So my hands are clean.
Have you ever been married? Any ghosts in your closet? Anything we need to be worried about?
No. I'm an open book.
She kind of narrows her eyes at you. Her eyes kind of flicker towards Parsonus for a moment and then back to you. And what is... Are you vying for the Shadow Thieves? Is that why you're here?
No. As I said, networking.
Good girl. And Liam. atop
Yes.
one of the that's not what I wanted. One of the buildings across from the Grand Desert Palace. You easily have watched your party slink inside. You kind of hunker down, sit for a bit. There's a lot of sound behind you. Sound of the marketplace, just a continual background noise. But you also hear the soft sounds of the music coming from the palace. And as the sun starts to dip down behind you, to the left of you, you see most of the partygoers starting to kind of make their way inside, and the streets below you start to go into shadow. And roll me a perception check.
Just give me 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Want to make sure I get my notes. Okay, perception you said, right?
Yep.
That is a 19.
Very nice. Okay. You see, as you kind of step up and peer over the side of this wall, you have a very good view of a good portion of the market and the Ruby Docks off to the far left, where you actually do see the Manta Rose perched against one of the dock bays. And you see a small crowd starting to gather outside of there. It's hard to make from where you're at because you are several blocks away. However, just far in the distance, you do see a small crowd, what looks like quite a few people starting to build up around the ship. And back at the Desert Palace, Nina, looking for someone fitting the description of the Ostiary. You don't see anyone particular. However, at one point, you do notice quite a few people here and there walking up to a young man, dressed in a very nice fitted suit, white hair, slicked back, and a long scar along the right side of his face that goes back behind his ear. And you see him with champagne glass in hand, just nodding as one by one, small groups of people come up and speak to him, walking away. At one point, you see Parsonus walk past you, grab a couple drinks, turn around, eye both of you, and then kind of turn his gaze to this gentleman and walk on. And you would gather this individual is the Ostiary. Quill Silvereye.
All right, I think she subtly will just kind of like, turn her head as if like she's just speaking low and let Nathan know. White hair, long scar, people approaching him. So I think we have to make the move first.
Well, that makes sense.
Do we give it a little bit more time? Do we want to sort out what other people? I mean, it looks like them, and I'll point out a couple of the people who I saw, like, walk to and away from him. Like, do we want to ask them what their business is? Suss out what the competition is first?
I mean, that would make sense, but
Does
I'm
it
not
matter?
as articulate as probably some people here, so I'll leave that in your hands.
I don't think. Well, that's actually not true. Nina would want as much in her arsenal as she possibly could before she went to go talk to this guy. So I think she will lead the way over to one of the groups of people who had already spoken with Quill and kind of stepped away. Seeing if someone is like eating something that, off one of the hors d'oeuvres or whatever, she would just start a conversation based on that. Just like, wow, they really went all out with the chef, didn't they? Delicious.
Yeah, one of the individuals, a very thin, tall man with very dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, very long, almost ill-fitted suit, almost like he's trying to make himself look bigger than he is. He would just look at you and, yes, I always look forward to the food of Chef Gargadouche. He brings the best to anybody he comes to. What is it you're eating? And he almost like laser eyes on what you have in hand.
Yeah, I think I have one of the brandy bites now. Oh, it's a black bottom brandy bite.
Black bottom brandy bite.
Not quite as good as the miniature Goodberry cheesecake, but it does the job.
You've had both. Oh.
I'm a little bit of a lush, so.
Have you tried the creme brulee cups yet?
No, I haven't done that. You should, though. What is it you're here for? If is it just the food?
I am Mandria Vau Marinos. At your service. General goods and black market trade. Are you going to finish that?
This? No. She'll hand it to it.
No, I don't want it, thank you.
Oh.
You should eat it.
No, I think I'm done.
Pity.
When she says that, Nathan kind of lifts his hand for one of the servers and calls them over so he can put her plate on their tray and get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. They would walk off. So what are you all here for? Vying for a spot as well?
Perhaps.
Or what business do you run?
trying to think as a player what I would say, or what Nina would say.
This is the hardest
You're right
part.
if Nathan steps in.
Go for it, yeah.
Nathan just kind of leans forward and death. And kind of stands back up.
Very good. Well, our time together is brought short, unfortunately. The bells have rung for me. I tip my hat to you both. Good evening.
Is he like leaving?
He just seems to be kind of wandering off towards... Actually, you notice him heading towards another small group of people where they seem to be partaking in whatever foods are being brought around.
Gotcha. Okay. Let him leave.
What in the hell was that?
I couldn't tell you. So black market goods, that's probably going to be a pretty common answer.
More than likely.
And if the shadow thieves are in it for the money, that'll be a tough competition, but you always did say Denna made a pretty penny.
She does, but that being said, the Shadow Thieves are looking for a place in the city, a permanent one. If they're able to get a foothold in the city, they could charge every single person that wants to move product to bring it into the city.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the foothold is probably going to be more beneficial for them than product movement. At least we can sell it that way.
I think that's a good angle. All right. Do we have eyes on Rowan? And she'll just casually look around for the broody woman in white.
Nope.
Yep. Rowan.
Unless you want to roll it against your stealth, because then that'd be great.
Actually, that's a really good point. Go ahead and roll stealth, Rowan, if you're trying to be in...
But you don't have your armor on, so you're not rolling it at disadvantage, right?
I don't anyways, because I got the full plate now.
Oh, nice.
Let's see.
So if you roll higher than a 3...
Ooh. $21.
Yeah, you're good.
Hiding in plain sight. Actually, from where I'm at, we kind of with a slight vantage point and being away from people, I would like to attempt and see what happens with doing detect good and evil, or evil and good, however it's called, and see if it even works.
Okay. What do you need to do to cast such a spell?
Twist, Rowan is identified as evil now.
Like, is it
It's verbal and somatic.
verbal and somatic? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, go for it.
So as I'm sitting there behind the fountain, I'm waiting till I'm basically mostly alone from anyone that's walking by, and kind of down low, I will move my hands and mutter under my breath while I'm standing next to this fountain.
Okay. And then go ahead and post that real quick, just so I can...
Sure.
read.
I'll put it in the Discord.
Okay. Ba-da-ba-da. Where'd you put it? In Discord?
In the general.
Okay.
I just put the explanation of it. The furniture. Yeah.
Is that one of your normal spells?
This is just a normal spell. This is not inherited for my awesome background. So that's why I said if it even works.
Oh. Hold on. That's the reason. I'm in the wrong. Sorry. Just trying to find it. Okay. So you start to scan the crowd and you cast a spell. You do notice a couple people eyeing you. Actually, if you're trying to be... Well, you already rolled a stealth previously. We'll go off of that. You noticed, in particular, the main host of the event. You see his laser eyes kind of turn towards you as you cast this spell. And you see him square up a bit, walk towards you, kind of step to the side, narrow his eyes for a bit, watching, and then he moves on. As you cast the spell, you do see several about. You see what you believe to be a hue of darkness over the individual that just walked away from Nathan and Nina, which gives you the impression that they might be undead. You see a couple other individuals just randomly throughout the crowd who possibly have this same aura about them. You see around Nina, you see a slight around her head, a slight hue of kind of fiery. And you know this to be the aura of Fiend. It doesn't seem to have the same amount as, say, the person that just walked past them. However, it does shock you a little bit to see it. But you do catch that same aura a couple times with different party goers. And you see a pinkish hue sparkling further off, where you see Chara standing in a gorgeous blue gown and standing next to Parsinus and this tall woman.
What about around Nathan?
You see a slight radiant hue just around him.
But it's also slight.
It's...
Or is it bright like the dark guy?
No, I said slight. It's like a beaming brightness. And it's odd against the fiendish hue of the woman standing beside him.
If I look down at myself, do I see a hue?
You look down at your hands and you see that same goldish hue around your hands.
In the crowd itself, is there any other radiant versus dark? Or is it all mostly dark?
You see one or two. Nothing near as bright or radiating. You see one person wearing priestly robes that seems to have a presence about them as they walk across, weaving in and out. Otherwise, there doesn't seem to be as much of a presence of celestial.
I guess to make it clear, after I had cast it, I would have gotten up and started walking in the crowd because of the distance of the spell from me. So, catch this. Any items that seem to appear consecrated or desecrated as I pass through people?
You see several people do have ornamental weaponry on them. However, anything that looks to be of actual weaponry seems to have been removed. You saw that as you were coming in. So nothing really, aside from as you look over and catch sight of the ostiary, and you see his head kind of turn, scanning the crowd for a moment, and you see his one silver eye that seems to be slightly glowing.
And I would make a habit of walking up to the dragon statue and slowly passing as close as it seems comfortable to the locked door, because I can feel things through barriers. And see if anything seems to be on the other side.
You don't sense... Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, no, you don't actually... You sense one thing. Something that's a little jarring. You sense this milky, smoky aura that shifts into dark and into oily and milky. And you get a sense that there might be some form of aberration.
And this is up to you as I pass. You can tell me if you think I'd be able to tell if it was moving or not.
It seems to be standing in place.
Okay.
And as you stand there, someone would walk up to you and offer you a tray. Can I offer you an hors d'oeuvre, miss?
Oh, yes, please. And I'll just point to one. I don't even care. You know what? The brulee that hasn't been tried yet.
Creme brulee cups, of course, miss. And she would hold up her other hand. They are very delightful. Chef Gorgadouche. His fingers are magic. And she would walk off. Chara.
Yes.
You stand before the Empress, who has put before you an offer. Parsoness stands beside you.
I kind of forgot about Parsoness. My biggest question.
Yes.
Well, for the most part, my most pressing question is why me? Why this venue? Why now?
You assume I've not been looking for someone since I gave up my firstborn.
No, I think you've been looking for a long time.
Indeed.
I think you've looked long and hard, and you've explored many options. You know, a puppet to put in place, from a puppet to put in place to somebody who reminds you of you. So
I'm not looking for a puppet. I'm looking for someone with class and intelligence and a brain of her own. Someone who's willing to do what it takes to run an empire and not bow to the wills of men. To make her own laws in her own way. Are you this woman?
an empire sounds like a great start.
Should you accept? How soon would you be amendable to child producing?
I don't know the answer to that question. Chara like chokes on her wine a little bit. just a little bit. I don't know the answer to that question. That's what Chara would say. There's
A simple question, darling. Do you have any issues with giving up boys?
giving them
Yes. I'm not saying boys are bad. I'm just saying I want this to remain a feminine empire run by empresses. You could be that empress, and so could your daughters.
You see, no, I'm starting to get a clearer picture now. Yep. Have
you ever given up a child?
No. Can't say I've had one.
It's
Would Char
hard.
have a litter? Would Char have a litter? Would Char have a one? These are logistical things. Now Char is like moving past like just the situation, but like she definitely gets like a faraway look in her eyes, like she is thinking hard.
This conversation took a turn that I was not ready for.
Same. Big samesies. Big samesies. There are logistics that would need to be discussed. Up to and obviously including the production of an heir.
You don't know how to produce one.
That's not what I said.
Be clear, dear.
I will think on your proposal. I will come back to you with an answer. Be a fool to say no. I'd be a fool to say yes. Right this very second.
I offered my son the opportunity to inherit the single largest fleet and shipping empire this side of Faerun. I even apologized for undervaluing his presence in my life, but he was more interested in forging his own path. Too busy being pissed at me than seeing the future I was handing him. Don't let that be your future. Don't be foolish. I don't want a foolish daughter-in-law.
Chara would incline her head again and like respect and just like, I hear ya.
Parsoness would kind of tug your arm a bit. Could I tear you away for a dance?
Chara would give him a very lazy smile and look back to what's her face and say, Nicholas. I'm not going to say her name.
Nicolacia.
Nicholas. That's great. Okay. We'll be in touch. Duty calls. And Chara would.
Nicolacia, her head tilts back a bit, scrutinizing the both of you. And her eyes flicker towards Parsoness and Parsoness. And you'd see him give her an amiable smile, tips his head towards her mother before
I fucking
leading you away.
I'm sorry. I did not mean to yell. But fucking do it. Awesome.
And
Awesome. Crown's off. I'm done.
All right. You head off. Nathan and Nina. Anything you are doing in particular?
Besides avoiding that person who just wanted to watch me eat. I don't know. I don't know when the best time to approach Quill is.
You see quite a few people kind of watching, waiting, not trying to seem too desperate as one group steps away, some looking seemingly disappointed. Those that are disappointed seem to quickly walk on. You notice he has 2 guards at all times standing almost hidden behind him. They're so good at just blending in, but you two are fairly good at what you do as well. And you absolutely know these two are laser focused on everyone that comes up towards him. Every now and then you see someone that he nods to and would gesture towards the large doors behind him that head into the main courtyard, or this little offset garden area.
Okay. Can I do like one insight check or something that would be like, is there anyone else in this room that I feel like maybe isn't a standard person I would expect to be here? Like, is there anyone who looks especially interesting that I would want to know about before we approach him? Or
Yeah, go for it.
do you want that to be insight? Do you want that to be perception?
I would say probably insight.
Okay.
I mean, you haven't gone up to Nicolatia. Just
Chara's been hoarding her attention. It's an 11 plus 5, so 16.
There are a lot of people here, a lot of people coming and going. You notice several that maybe seem not to be so much on the finer side, that it's so swift and so underhanded, but you just see them kind of enter in, start to mill about, and a second later it's almost like a sweeping of 2 or 3 individuals just kind of step across them, and they seem to be almost carried outside.
Okay.
No one in particular that you get the idea of. Just on anyone. I guess, what are you looking for? Just anyone of importance, period?
No, I kind of just want, like, anyone who seems like they've caught his attention in a good way.
Okay. You get the impression that he is very...
He's got the best poker face, I imagine.
Yeah, and he's very... Anyone that he looks upon, no, he's not giving any indication of anyone is more important than himself and those behind those doors.
Okay. I think Nina would lean in then, trying to disguise the fact that she's going to speak into the earring, by pretending like she's whispering into Nathan's ear, and just say, Liam, we're about to approach Quill. Anything I should stay away from, topics-wise?
Liam responds back with like a mouthful of hardtack. I'd advise staying away from him in general, but for specific topics, don't bring up the Shadow Thieves.
Liam, the entire reason we're here is to talk to Quill about the Shadow Thieves.
And I'm telling you, the Shadow Thieves don't like to be known. They may have power, but they don't like being known about. You could ask him about his business ventures.
Got it. Subtle, not direct. And she'll stop talking into the earring, and so Nathan is the only one who hears, I'm not good at those things.
Before he stops talking to the earring, Liam coughs on the hardtack.
We don't mention their name. We refer to them as a business venture. But I think, why wait any longer unless you're eager to go dancing? But
I mean, maybe a quick check-in with everybody else before we do this, but then, yeah, let's get her done.
okay, I will check it. So Chara would have heard that as well, through the earring. We haven't seen Rowan, right? We missed her entirely.
You did not see her as she started her round.
Okay. Can we look for Rowan then to try and check in one more time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go for it. Investigation or perception, either one.
I'm doing investigation because I got a better. It doesn't matter. It's a 10.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll stealth again, or
Sure.
because I can fuck this up? You never know. Nine.
9.
Perfect.
You see Rowan coming down the steps, eyes glowing brightly, looking over the crowd. Bumps into someone who apologizes and moves on drunkenly. You also see Chara and Parsonus amidst a crowd dancing off to the side.
Okay, I would speak into the earring then for Chara. Anything worth noting before we head in?
No.
Okay.
No. Charles says it again. And then doesn't say anything else.
Perfect.
It's too much to say over the earring.
No, and that's valid. I think Nina was just like, is this person another competition? But that's not the point. I think Nina's actually more worried by the fact that Rowan's eyes are glowing, and like, do we want to stop that from happening, or do we not want to be associated with that?
In the meantime, Liam also like says into the earring, "Bring me food."
Are her eyes glowing right now?
Who's what? Where?
Rowan's, and I'll point up the stairs to where she's walking down.
Oh, son of a. Yes, they are. Ignore it.
Okay, so we're not checking in with Rowan. Okay.
Not currently. No.
Then I just really quick speak into the earring. Rowan's eyes are glowing. I'm assuming magically. Chara, just keep that in mind, as in case we leave the room.
Okay.
I think then Nina will start to head over to Quill.
You wait several minutes as one after another, varying groups kind of walk up to him, and you see your moment and step up to him. You see him hold a hand up. One moment, please. And he would step off to the side, speak to his guards for a moment. They would exchange a few things between them, and he would, as a waiter passes, grab another drink. Hello. Cool Silverhand. Who might you be? Silver Eye, sorry.
My name's Nina, and this is one of my companions.
Welcome.
Let Nathan introduce himself.
Nathan.
Just a quick question, sorry.
Yeah.
Can Liam hear all this as they're talking to Quill?
I think I have to activate the
Yeah,
earring,
I think
right?
she has to be touching the earpiece for you to hear it.
That's what I wanted to check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is quite the event.
Open invitation brings a lot of rabble, but it has its purpose. What is your purpose?
We were sent on behalf of someone from Waterdeep. And in the trip here, decided to propose something of our own.
He frowns a little bit. So you're representing a Waterdeep company, but taking your own initiative. Interesting. Well, have out with it.
Our representation for this Waterdeep company comes at... I'm trying to think of the word I want to use here. I don't want to say coercion.
Duress.
Point of a sword.
Yeah, it was impressed upon us by means that we weren't exactly amenable to. However, the business is quite lucrative, and we think it would do well under the right purveyor. That isn't us, but we've heard many things about the business being done here and thought it might be the chance to perhaps see it change hands. It's a reputable business in the city.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm going to use my last inspiration.
Okay.
I was going to say Nathan could say something and give a helping action, maybe. Inspiration.
16.
Okay.
I don't want to start talking about killing Denna until we're behind closed doors. So.
Oh, for sure.
You see him kind of tilt his head back a bit and look at you kind of appraisingly. Interesting. You come here at the behest of a business owner and you wish to sell them out. Interesting indeed. What business?
Nina would look to Nathan for confirmation that we want to say Denna's name now.
Nathan would chime in a little bit at this point and just say, it's the business of fighting. Something I'm really good at.
We'd take care of the transition. We're just not looking to sit in the seat of power once it's handled.
Plus, it would give your business ventures the ability to have a foothold in the city itself. Give you power over anybody else that wants to deal business within the city.
How so? Waterdeep has quite a few power handles already.
It does, but this one is above ground at one of the gates. You'd essentially be able to field anything coming and going. It would have your stamp of approval on it.
Fighting ring.
That's just the face. It could be whatever you need it to be.
The amount of funds that go through in the gambling there are extensive.
He looks over both of you. And what do you have to gain from this?
Closure.
Why do you hate this business?
Don't hate the business. Hate the fact that people are being forced into the business.
This sounds like a complicated endeavor.
Not really. It's completely hands off for you other than walking in afterwards.
Who will we have to contend with?
Xanathars is the other one that has been eyeing it. In our opinion, they don't need a stronger They don't need a stronger piece of Waterdeep.
I see. And what would this business have to offer us? Aside from a foot in the door of Waterdeep.
Well, there are people who enjoy, maybe not enjoy, but there are people who are willing to fight in the fighting rings. And as Nathan said, it's incredibly lucrative for the gambling there. The den itself supports most of the venture, and then anything else you'd like to do on top of it. We just ask that the fighters are not coerced as they currently are. The human trafficking stops.
Of course. You see him kind of gesture back, and a servant steps up and opens a large book with quill in hand. The name of the business?
I think it's the Madam's Den, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you would see the servant scribe it down. And annual revenue.
Out of character, would Nathan have an idea how much a fight ring would plausibly run a night?
Yeah. You could easily guesstimate that and throw a number out. Probably along the lines of, depending on a good betting night, a good fight night.
Right. And a big city.
Yeah. Easily at least 250 gold a night. Just on a weeknight. On a weekend night, you're looking more like 600 gold a night.
If run well, 500 gold a night. I'll let you do the math on the annual.
I'll let you know. Roll a final persuasion check.
At advantage?
Nope.
Okay. For each of us or for just
That's a natural 19 for a 24, though. So
Oh. Okay.
I just had to change the die I was using.
All right. 24. And what did you get, Nathan?
I was going to say, did you want me to roll as well?
Yeah.
That's an 18 plus 21.
Okay. Nina, what is your charisma modifier?
+5.
You see him nod at you. Head over there to that corner. I'll let you know in a few minutes whether or not you've gained entrance. And then
Thank you for your time.
nods to the next group that comes up to him.
I think Nina would walk away as confidently as she could without seeming excited or like victorious. Like it's just her usual confidence in place as she moves away. But I think Nathan feels a little tighter grip on his arm. Like there's a little bit of anxious tension in that grip.
Liam.
Yes.
Standing on the roof for a few hours now. Getting quite bored. Sun has now gone down. Quite a few lanterns. This city is fairly well lit with lantern light and such. Roll me a perception check.
Okay, what's my modifier? 16.
Okay. Sitting against the roof, you notice far off to your left, your eye catches the manta rose, where you see a line of people starting to come out from the ship. Far more than you remember being on the ship than could be attributed to the crew themselves. It's hard to see, like, but being at your vantage point and with the good roll, you do notice this happening. Anything you would like to do in the moment?
Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm. Actually,
Okay, want to make sure I wrote that down.
Yeah.
Liam's gonna talk into his earpiece, saying, "Hey guys, can someone ask Parsnips if he had a plan for the Manta Rose today? Because I'm seeing a whole lot of people leaving, and I don't remember that many people being in there."
Am I still dancing with Parsoness? Very casually. I can't imagine what the conversation has been like up until this point. Char just kind of looks at him and is like, so what did Liam say again? What were Liam's words?
Was there any plans for like work or maintenance or anything going on with the Manta Rose? Because there's a whole lot more people coming out of it than there were when we got here. Is it a clown car ship? Like, what's he doing?
Care to explain the group of people at the Manta Rose?
Parsons kind of looks at you curiously. What do you mean?
Apparently there's several many people exiting the ship right now. More than makes sense.
Don't worry about it. We can talk about that later.
Like that. Why?
Why what?
Why don't you want to tell me what it is?
His eyes kind of dart around the crowds. Do I really need to make it quite clear?
No, I guess you don't.
You don't trust me.
I think I have questions for you. I think you've shown yourself to be of good nature and trustworthy. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to ask questions.
Fair enough. And you see him kind of step back for a moment and open his arms, like one of your hands in his. Would you care to lead this round?
Sure. Then Chara would take the lead on the dance. And as she does, would lean in as if to whisper in his ear, and she'll press on the earring and say, all is well. We'll just say all is well. And then step back.
Parsoness
And we're
would
gonna...
allow you to take the lead on the dance. Rowan, are you doing anything in the moment?
What all are the hostesses wearing? Are they matching what the
main host, yes.
host?
Yep.
I would have started watching a lot of them to see what their reaction to other people were, as far as, do they look like they're happy to be there, all of them, or there's some that are kind of looking scared, as if almost forced to be here. And
roll an insight check or a vibe check, either one.
Insight. Okay. 22 insight.
You get the idea that most of the people, the hostess here, are very professional. They don't seem scared or frightened, but they do seem, most of them seem well versed in this type of atmosphere. A couple of them do seem a little nervous, but again, you get the impression it's possibly because of the setting of where they are, and less on who their employer is and such.
What I will walk up to one that seems to be more giddy to be there. And basically what I'm doing while they're off with Quill is trying to talk to some of the hostesses that with general questions, see what knowledge they've heard because they're listening to everyone talk. And just basically wanted to ask if they've heard any crazy requests from some of the other guests towards wanting to talk to Quill, like being bombastic about it or anything like that.
Yeah, you wind up following one of them. Because as you kind of keep an eye out on most of them seem to be they are keeping a very professional stance. The main hostess, anyone that seems to be falling out of line or being anything but professional, you see him suddenly kind of sidle up and just and they immediately snap to and right back into order. You kind of back your way following one of them into this back far right room into the kitchen area, actually. And you, as soon as the doors close, you kind of, it softly closes behind you. You see it is a bustle of movement with multiple chefs and such moving around from counter to counter. You hear one person giving orders. Everyone else, almost like soldiers, just, yes, chef, every time. And you hear a deep voice of a large orc man behind everyone else, off to the side, and he gives orders confidently. Everyone, all the chefs as one, would call back an agreement. Even some of the wait staff would snap to and come towards him. Those that he addresses directly, a couple of the wait staff, they almost seem excited as this master chef looks upon them, holds out a tray to them, and they take it and set it on their tray before they give a nod. Thank you, master chef, and would roll off. But you do see a group of these wait staff off to the side, kind of whispering to each other, talking. And as you kind of sidle up next to them, you see them kind of snap to a bit. They look to you. Oh, are you looking for the bathroom, miss? Or did you need a drink? More hors d'oeuvres?
I will say, as I was coming in, if there's like a tray that's kind of been set to the side, I would have picked it up to make it seem like I'm bringing back, like, because of the sheer amount of people. It's like, nope, just thought I could offer some help. I saw some of these glasses were starting to pile up on some. There's a couple that are a little bit lush if they're drinking. You might as well just take a whole tray to them, to be honest, but wanted to bring this back to you. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, but that's just...
No. Fuck. You see one of them like immediately move forward and take it from you. I am so sorry. We, go ahead, Jeremy. And you see the other two wait staff immediately go out. We'll go find more. And they immediately head out. And she looks at you. I'm so sorry. We'll make sure that we are being more attentive. Is there anything I can get you, miss?
And I'll just like lead it like, does a chef like to be given praise for his food? Or is shall we leave him alone?
Oh, Chef Gorgadish? He's... I mean, I don't know. I've never spoken to him directly. He's kind of intimidating. Did you want to give him your compliments?
I mean, I've never had a meal as good as this. I would absolutely love like creme brulee.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. He is the premier chef of of Athkatla. Understandable. Certainly, come with me. And she would kind of lead you over to this large orc man, bulging veins. His chef coat and apron, everything he's wearing is almost pristine. And he looks like he's scowling at all times, but you see him like speak orders in calm confidence. His other chefs and his sous chefs come up and show things, and he just kind of gives small little advices or and such. And as you approach, he's in the process of slicing very carefully through what looks like some very soft cheeses. And his eyes just look up at you. Can I help you?
My apologies for interrupting. I know you're busy. But seeming as you clearly must be professional, seems like you can multitask.
He goes back to cutting.
Again, I apologize, but quite frankly, the company out there is a little more abysmal than what I would find back here.
You see him kind of seemingly ignore you as he slices through and then turns the knife under, picks up one of these soft pieces of cheese and holds it up to you. Try this on your palate.
Oh, I don't mind if I do. I'll take a bite of it. I won't eat the whole thing. I'll take a bite first.
Uh-huh. It is slightly sour on the front end, but it is soft and melts, and a sweetness and savoriness kind of come in, and you taste hints of rosemary on the back end. You see him eyeing you.
I'll eat the rest of it. This isn't goat cheese.
Indeed.
I want to say this is something more exotic. That's something from the mountains, per se. I could be wrong, but It's not run of the mill. Fermented with something, some herbs.
Are you looking for a job?
Oh, no, sorry. I just these sorts of parties. Most people like to think that the guests are what make it great, or the alcohol. But to me, no party is worth it without the food.
We have a lot of work on our hands. I appreciate you coming back and offering your thoughts. Perhaps you can stop by one of my restaurants, and I can amaze you with the menu. But
I hope I have an opportunity. What is the name of some of your restaurants, if I may ask?
Whoop, sorry. There's the Glass Walk. That's on the northeast side of town. And then After Dark. That's more of an intimate setting. Either you'll get the best food. I guarantee it.
Again, I appreciate you allowing me to bother you in the middle of the shift. I figured I'd try to catch you before maybe the party ends and everyone starts bombarding the shift with their so-called praise. Have you done many parties for this quill before?
For who?
I assume there's a gentleman that's roaming the halls out there acts like he owns the place. Apparently goes by Quill.
I don't partake in the scheduling of these events. My apologies. I couldn't tell you who hired us. I simply come up with the menus and the meals. My lead host handles all of that. You could speak to him if you wish. Plukard Savaski. He's roaming the floors, probably as you speak.
I think I saw him as well. Again, I appreciate it.
Do enjoy yourself.
And thank you for the delightful taste.
He would turn back and start washing his hands before he picks up a huge slab of meat and just drops it onto the table and starts cutting it.
I'm immediately gonna look around the whole kitchen, see if there's anything out of place of, like a walk-in freezer that's not actually being used as a freezer or something that seems a little bit off.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Nope, that'll be a 6.
You're not sure. There's a lot of movement happening in this kitchen. A lot of cohesiveness that's all moving like a dance. Chefs cutting and slicing, flipping over to someone else who catches it, and butter being thrown in. Like, it is a well-established dance between these chefs and sous chefs and the wait staff that come up to gather it and take it in and out. Anything else?
Is the wine and all the drinks or the champagne coming from back here as well?
Yes. You see a large table along the backside with stacks of wine boxes and multiple bottles. You see two individuals in particular that are popping off corks and just pouring into glasses, wiping down trays, setting them on, and then handing them to waitstaff to take out.
I will watch her for a sec to see if I see any additional movements of additional substances being put into these glasses.
Okay. You don't notice anything. This staff seems well versed. You don't get a sense of or witness anything at the moment while watching them.
I will slowly start to back up, and the one that brought me over to the chef still in there with talking to that group, or
They've already moved on.
then I will just leave.
Okay. You start to head out. Liam, you have been informed that everything is good. You notice in the alleyway beneath you a familiar face walking just slow-paced past. You see Melora of Malu's Teapot just stride past the building that you're atop and heading down, passing under extended cloth and of the markets, and heading seemingly towards the dock of where you know the Manta Rose to be.
Okay. We keep coming back to the Manta Rose. So I'm taking a hint here.
Oh no, it's totally up to you. I'm just painting a picture of what's going on.
No, I get what you're laying down here, DM. I'm picking it up. So Liam is going to do a Liam and start following Melora. You said her name was?
Melora.
Melora. He's going to start following her stealthily from the rooftops.
Okay.
Like Batman.
All right. Well, first make a stealth check.
God damn it. Missed the dice tower completely and Fred doesn't have to scramble. Okay. Stealth check. Stealth, what's my stealth modifier again? That's what I thought. You know what? What does inspiration give us again?
Reroll.
A reroll?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic, because I still have inspiration from that one time I did the recap that I've just never
That
used.
one time.
There will be more. Ooh, that's much better. That's going to be a 19.
All right, 19.
And there goes my inspiration. It was nice to have.
You go ahead and make me an acrobatics check now.
Now I got to do acrobatics.
First being stealthy, now leaping across building tops.
Okay. So now you really got me in a bind here. That's a 13.
Okay. Yeah. No, you meet it. So, absolutely, you are Batman slinking across the top of these buildings, The only thing missing are your flyers floating through the air. As you leap from building, duck down, kind of peek over, watch as she continues on, and follow her all the way back to the ship, where you have to get down at one point, cross the street, climb back up. You manage to walk like across a almost clothesline, tiptoe your way across onto the next building, and you hunker down along the wall, and you see Philippe come up and greet Melora, who kind of kneels down, and they seem to be talking to one another. And then he leads her over towards this lineup of people. All of them look to be in rags and old, worn clothes. Some of them have blankets draped over them. All of them look thin, worn, and you see Melora start at one end, and she pulls out a bag and pulls out what looks like a little paper and hands it to the one first in line, who takes it and just nods her head like this. And then she pulls out another and hands it. And then just slowly going down the line.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question. This may be a bit of a stretch, but what I can get right now. But by looking at this, does it look to me like this is human trafficking?
Roll an insight check.
Insight. Okay, I am going to use one of my lucks. It's been a while since I used luck, right? I got plenty. Yeah. That's even worse. So it's going to be a 10.
I mean, these people look pretty pitiful.
Is there any way that I can stealthily get closer to try to hear what's going on?
Roll a stealth check if you'd like to try.
I am, and I'm going to switch up my dice right now and go with my rogue dice.
Okay. Getting serious.
Natural 20.
You drop from the top of the building into a shadow, and as you weave your way, head down, shoulders kind of pulled in, cloak around you, people are still milling about, seemingly unnoticing, as you pass by with two others and then skulk towards another group and just manage to weave your way through. And then you kind of stand off and whirl back towards a post on the docks. And you hear Melora hand over one of these papers, and the individual looks up at her, and it's an older woman who actually grasps her hands around Melora's hand, grasping the paper. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have no idea. You have no idea. And Melora just kind of nods. It's okay. I understand. It's all going to be uphill from here, you know? And she pulls her hands back, and the older woman just kind of pulls the papers in, and she goes on to the next. And you, at this point, absolutely get the idea that these are... It doesn't seem like human trafficking so much as freeing.
It's a refugee program.
And with
Okay.
that...
Real quick though.
Okay.
Liam is going to now stealthily make his way back to the perch he had, where he was eating hardtack and watching.
All right. Before you start to head out, we will take a quick 10-minute break. Everyone wants to take 10 minutes, and then we will reconvene.
Cool, because I gotta get these pins out of my head.
I know.
I literally am like, all right, sweatpants time. I'm good. I'm done.
Yep, we're changing.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. It's that time.
Oh, had to take some ibuprofen for that headache. I'm inevitably gonna.
Yeah. I'm much more comfortable now that I'm in the sweatpants. I was like, it's time.
Yeah. We made it for 3 hours.
So that's pretty crazy about parsnips, though. Just saying. I know a lot of other interesting things are happening, but like,
Honestly, your storyline out of this entire thing is the one I'm most invested in.
I'm like, yeah.
For tonight. Yeah. Between meeting his mother, finding out this other business thing he's got going. Although we don't know about that yet, but
I'm really glad I wasn't like, yeah, no, fuck my sons. You know, like.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if that's what would happen.
Crazy.
Crazy.
So we have like a bunch of dog bed. It's basically like a pillow fort type deal going on the floor over here for the dog.
That's mine too. It's so fine. The only thing I have going for me is that it's super friggin' curly, so I can do whatever I need to.
It's been quite delightful.
In the hail, in the rain, with your hard tech.
Yep.
Who says I was wearing
And the one
pants
street
the whole
light.
time? Nothing says I was wearing pants.
Okay. Everyone's back.
Master it during COVID of being in meetings, and I'm like, you're gonna potentially see sweatpants.
Okay. Where to start? Okay. Liam, you start to walk off, start to head back. As you do, with your perception roll, you kind of just looking around you, keeping an eye out for individuals. You're well versed at what to watch, especially with your own guild, like. And
I'm being so unproblematic today.
something draws your attention back. A slight breeze across your face. And your eyes slip back. And you watch as Melora pulls out papers, standing up towards someone else, a young man. And you watch as she holds it up, looks up at them, and freezes. And you watch as the young man raises a hand, pulls it behind her head, and pulls her forward. You see him lean forward and whisper something in her ear. And then as he pulls back, you watch as Melora steps back, clutching at her chest, and then stumbles back. The rest of the crowd, the line of people, scatter backwards, and a couple of them cry out. Most of them have learned to not scream, being where they came from. However, you watch as Philippe in particular freezes and then looks up at this individual. Roll me one more perception check.
I don't like any of this. Okay. That is a 22.
What? Okay.
It's these new dice, man. Particularly the gemstone ones. Like, I'm just rolling really well with them.
Yeah, so the individual, as he held Melora forward, you can almost read his lips as he says, Xanathar sends his regards. And then as he pulls back and she drops, you see this bloody dagger in his hand, and he looks around, catches eyes with you for just a brief moment, looks at Philippe, who looks shocked, and then he runs.
Okay, there's nothing else I can do other than grab my earpiece, say, things just went down. I'm following. I'll be in touch. And then just start running after him.
So, before any of you hear that, retroactively, the rest of you are in the Gala, milling about. Madame's Den, Nina and Nathan, you hear called.
Oh, let's do this.
Yep.
You walk up to the main doors and you see a servant step forward and pull them open. They don't look at you. As you step through, the doors close behind you. You see a nice garden area, pristine, and you see 3 individuals at the end, in the middle. All of them standing there. One, a woman, very stoic-faced, long black hair, this white kind of headpiece on, long red robes, and a taller man, very thin, white hair pulled back, looks like a oh my gosh, not a dark elf.
A drow?
Thank you, drow. With a very high collared shirt and jacket. And then a shorter man in a breastplate with a cloak down the back and a mask over his face. All 3 of them stand there as you approach.
Nathan would lean in slightly and be, "You're gonna protect me, right?"
It's gonna be fine. Does the situation seem like a curtsy or a bow would be appropriate? Like, are they announced? They announced us with the Madame's Den, right?
Mm-hmm. Roll a vibe check, either one of you.
That's just a 7.
No me gusta.
14.
No me gusta.
14. You do not get the idea that this would be a bowing situation. This is it comes to mind the words that Parsonus brought to the table previously. These people respect power and money, but also they are going to look for a weakness, something that they can manipulate to their own uses.
Mm-hmm. My brain is suddenly spaghetti. I think Nina steps forward confidently. I don't think she's like arm in arm with Nathan anymore, because I think she doesn't want them to see that as like something that they could take advantage of either. But it's like how they normally are walking, like I have your back, you have mine sort of vibes as they kind of come into this. But She would just like nod her head a little bit in kind of greeting and just say, "Thank you for the honor of your attention."
I'm going
Nina.
to say Nathan's got a couple of snacks and he's walking in like he's not bothered by the situation at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's not concerned.
The woman hears you, Nina, and kind of gestures with her long, spindly fingers, long nails, and the Triad will hear you now. Speak your plea.
Our reasons for being here are simple. We were sent on behalf of the Madam's Den to negotiate its potential as a seat of power within Waterdeep for the Triad. Or, I wouldn't say that. I would say for your organization. However, the individual who we are here on behalf of, we have little confidence in. It is our understanding that your organization would be better without her, and we would see fit to make that happen as long as there's an appropriate replacement. There are others who are vying for it as well within the city. But we've heard... What am I trying to say? We've heard... We've heard negative things about their ventures. So we're looking for options.
You see the three kind of glance at each other and look back at you. And you see the taller man, hands kind of pointed together, walk towards around this dial in the middle thoughtfully. Waterdeep already has multiple factions. You speak of a double cross from the start. Interesting. What guarantee do you have that we'll have a proper foot in? My understanding, Madam's Den already has the eye of Xanathar upon it.
Indeed it does. We're aware of that as well. Our concern is more with removing the current head of operations. We'd seek to replace her with someone better. We don't believe that's Xanathar's, but again, we're looking for options. If this isn't something you would deem fruitful for your organization, then we won't press it.
Roll a persuasion check.
This is the one that did shitty earlier, so we're gonna roll a different one. It was almost an 18, but it's a 4, so it's a 9.
Okay. You see the three look at each other. And the woman... Actually... Yeah. She starts at your feet, Nina, and her eyes travel up all the way to the tip of your horns. This does not sound beneficial. This sounds complicated.
Not for you. You will come in at the end. All you get to do, or all you would need to do, is claim the spoils. A club that makes a substantial amount of money when well run. A gate to the city where you can choose to do with what you wish. All we care about is removing the person who's currently there. And I think when she says this, there is a flare of her draconic magic, like her scales kind of ripple gold, like she's angry every time she thinks about Denna. And I think that flashes with the fire in her eyes a little bit too, in a way that she is trying to communicate power in her ability to remove Denna and keep them out of it until the end.
You okay if Nathan says something?
Yeah, please do.
He kind of like finishes what he's snacking on and just kind of brushes his hands. From what I understand, we allow it to go to Xanathar's. Xanathar's owns everything. Which means you will no longer have any foothold in Waterdeep for any business. Very simply put, you get the building, we remove Xanathar's puppet, and you have full gateway to tax, stop, or move any product you feel like into the city. And lastly, we are going to remove that person from power. We just want to get paid for it. Good at something, you don't do it for free.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage, since both you and Nina.
So
23.
And I got a 24.
All right. The taller man, who you know from... You remember the person is telling you the names of the triad. Sinicio Tavano was the drow.
Well,
Lanaja Winter was the female, and Acario Catham was the masked man. And you see Sinicio with steeped fingers walking back and forth. The guild has a complicated relationship with Waterdeep. Or rather, complicated history. Unfinished business, you see. His eyes kind of flicker to the two. You see the masked one turn and look towards Sinicio. And you see Acario, these glowing yellow eyes, blink. His head tilts a bit. And then he turns and he walks out the side, exiting. You see Sinicio look towards Lanaja, who looks back at him, looks at the two of you again. And she, too, turns and walks the opposite way, exiting. Sinicio remains and gives a little nod. Very well. You have 2 weeks to deal with Madame's den and the eye upon her. Should it
You
come
do
in
realize
your
it takes
favor?
3 weeks to get there, right?
I do. No. It takes
I think it took 13 days.
13
didn't it?
days.
Was it 13 days? Okay.
Yeah. But that doesn't give us
On the
less-
airship, though.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is faster than what a cart would be.
Mhm.
Cart would
That's
be about,
true.
what, 3
Correct.
weeks?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he's I do.
He's assuming, yeah, either we have to get there in more time or he knows the airship we came in on.
Deal with it. Take the eyes off. And perhaps you will be at the top of our list. And we can repair the relationship that was broken so many years ago.
I think that sounds adequate for my needs. We were planning to remove Denna regardless, so
How much is this removal worth to you?
We've been looking for a way into Waterdeep for quite a while.
Fair? That doesn't answer my question.
This will be at no cost to us whatsoever. All of it rides on you.
Then I think you won't mind if we help ourselves to whatever's in the building when we do take it over.
It is of little value to us, so long as the
All I
walls
need to do.
stand.
It will be done.
You'll be hearing from us.
looking forward to it. And I think Nina would leave.
It would follow.
You exit the building or the room, back out, where you see Rowan coming out from walking across, a tray of champagne glasses in hand.
What are you doing? Just because you're dressed like the help doesn't mean you have to be the help.
Oh, I am thirsty. I need to grab one.
You do realize the help sometimes has more info than the actual guest, right?
Oh, I do. Is that why your eyes were glowing earlier?
No, not so much. was helping myself, I guess. They were glowing.
Tell you all about it later. We have what we need.
They accepted.
Conditionally, but yes. I would also ping Chara with the earring and Liam and just be like, we're free to enjoy our evenings.
I was going to say, for appearance's sake, Nathan kind of like lifts his hand and waves you off, Rowan.
And as soon as you say into the earpiece, like, we're free to enjoy our nights, whatever, and at the same time as you do when you're thinking, I'm like, thank God. And I'm literally going to just turn to the side and just grab, put the tray down, and grab, like, 4 in my hands and start walking away.
Raid those Goodberry cheesecakes. Those are rations for a while.
Chara, you are leading a very intimate dance, a waltz, with one Parsoness Crispin. As you lead him across, roll me. Actually, would Chara know proper dance waltzes? You can roll a history check if you would prefer.
Part of me wants to say yes, specifically because Chara's whole thing is kind of the subterfuge piece of it, like in infiltrating social circles that she's not a part of.
Great.
But
roll
like, so my
a
knee-jerk reaction is
performance
yes.
then.
Yeah. And if not, she could learn dancing pretty quickly is my other.
And he did lead you for the first hand.
That was a 10. But you know what? I have inspiration. I'm going to use it for funsies. I don't care. What's inspiration again?
Reroll.
Just a reroll? Perfect. I can do it. I don't care. Great. That's an 11.
Okay.
That was an 11. That was one more.
Give yourself some inspiration. You can do it.
So
more inspiration? I don't think I can give myself inspiration.
you a small part of you recognizes that the first part of the dance, Parsoness was leading you, showing you. And as he handed over leadership to you and you took lead, it's a little off steps. You're missing a few things here and there. However, you feel Parsonip's hands grip a little bit tighter. And well, actually, let me roll for him too.
I just want to say, in my defense, his mom did just proposition me as like a prize breeding mare, so I feel like I have like a good excuse.
You see him. You get the impression he is trying to also help show you and lead, but not lead. But then you both kind of trip over your feet a bit and wind up. He actually trips into you a bit. Sorry. Here, let's over here, please, before my mother sees, and kind of lead you off to the side.
Before your mother sees.
It's not a great story, but yes. I apologize. She can come off quite strong. I honestly was not expecting her to be here tonight. She doesn't often venture into these type of things nowadays.
Well, now I'm wondering if her display was for your benefit.
Oh, no. No. Believe me, if Nicolasia Avalia Vajiri displayed any micron of pleasure towards someone, believe me when I say, I think she honestly liked you. Which I can't say is a good thing.
You know, they say that you always end up with your parents in the end anyway.
I don't think that's a good saying, and I really hate hearing that.
Sorry. Super warm, huh? Lots of hugs growing up.
No, actually, I was dropped off at the Waterdeep orphanage when I was 6 years old. So no.
I fell through a transplanar portal thing when I was 6, and then I grew up in the woods, so I get it, kind of. Awesome.
Yeah, no, he is at a loss for words.
None of what I said to your mother was honestly a lie, so I don't know. It was pretty honest.
This has big. My first girlfriend turned into the marionette. That's rough, buddy.
I don't expect us to. Pardon me. I don't mean to say us as. We should find your friends. The rest of your party. They're probably see if they're faring well. Over here.
Yeah.
And
we got to get to the consummating, Tara will say as she walks towards the friends. Like,
you see as he points off, he actually hits a tray of like champagne glasses that overturns and just crashes to the ground. And you see the weights, everything freezes for a moment, and you see Parsonus look over towards you.
I'm gonna pretend to faint.
Shit. Okay. He rolled well. You see him immediately seize the opportunity, and he grabs onto you and grasps you before you fall. Could I get a cloth over here, please? And immediately things start moving. Nathan, Nina, and Rowan, you all start to make your way back. Who has earpieces? It's Chara, Nina, and Liam, correct?
Yes.
Chara and Nina, you hear Liam's message come through.
We're on our way. Just send details as you have them. And Nina would look to Rowan and Nathan and be like, well, about that enjoying our evening, something's happened back at the boat. We have to go.
Chara
Like
would
emergency back at the boat, or
Yeah, he said something went down and he's chasing after them, I think were Liam's words. Is that right? Okay.
With that, The three of you head down the steps. You see Parsoness holding a somewhat faint Chara, who looks up to see the rest of you coming down, and Parsoness doesn't know what you've heard. However, the group of you basically rise and make your way out. All of you, roll me. How are you wanting to exit? Are you wanting to try and make it stealthily? Are you just bolting out of here? How's your exit?
I think Dina just wants to look like she's done with the evening here. Like, mission accomplished. I'm not trying to run out in a hurry, but I'm just trying to, like, introvert leave, right? Like, what is that? An Irish goodbye, right? Where you don't say anything to anyone, you just go. Yeah, so I think Nina is just casually leaving, but once we are out on the street, she'll pick up her pace.
Okay.
I download champagne glasses I had because I'm not letting it go to waste. And then set them onto a tray as it passes by and just start walking out, almost trying to look like I'm just done.
Yeah. Chara?
I have a fantastic excuse to leave. I just fainted, and my escort decided to knock over an entire tray of champagne glasses. So I think I would, with Parsoness, just kind of like lean up and say, "Let's get out of here."
Holding you,
but like urgently, like not like
okay,
get out of here, but like
yeah, he for a moment you see him like, oh yes, and he would sweepingly like pull you up and immediately start to walk out hand in hand, meeting up with the rest of your group. Liam.
Yes?
You see this individual stab a dagger into Melora. You see the words coming out of his mouth, visualizing them. Xanathar sends his regards. You see him push her off. She stumbles back to the ground, clutching her chest. The other individuals in the line scamper back, frightened. You see Philippe cry out and move towards Melora immediately, and then looks up as this individual darts off. You go after him. Go ahead and roll me an initiative.
I thought there was a ticking clock sound happening, but it's just your leg, Marco.
I know, it is.
It's every time. Fun fact, I was in group supervision yesterday with the other interns. One of them said they would not sit next to me because of my leg. And I looked at her, I was like, Jen, why do you hate me?
You need fidget toys, bro.
That's what they keep telling me. 18 initiative.
Okay. All right. You dart after this individual.
I'm not on the map, am I?
Nope.
Okay.
Jeez.
This is all happening in my mind.
Yes. Okay. The individual darts off down through the marketplace alleyways. Immediately, he is pulling at cloths stretched across, and he darts down a side area. You see him just straight ahead. It is your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna dash after him,
Okay.
and that would give me 60 feet of movement.
Okay.
So, sorry, hold on. Let me be sure I'm doing this correctly. I'm cunning action dashing.
Okay.
That's my bonus action.
Okay.
And with my action, as I get right on top of him, I am... No, that's not right. I am going to... I don't want to kill him. Tackle him. Try to get him.
Okay. Make a grapple. So, strength.
Of course, it's strength.
I think athletics, essentially.
Yeah, grappling is usually contested athletics.
Yeah.
Okay, so my modifier is a -1,
Okay.
and I used my rogue dice, which means that was a 2 strength.
Did you do strength or athletics?
Oh, I did athletics. My bad.
No.
I did strength. Sorry.
Okay.
Athletics would be +7, so that's actually a 10.
Wow. Okay. Well,
That is a big difference.
you go to grab for him and you grasp him. He tucks and you both roll to the ground, but he shoulders you off as he rolls back to his feet. I believe that's your action and your bonus action since
That
you...
is.
Yep.
That is. That's everything I got.
So then he is going to run. Actually, he's going to make 2 attacks at you first.
Unfortunately, I have no bonus
Ooh.
action.
First one is an absolute miss. He's going to make the second one with his short sword. The fuck? How? 2 natural ones in a row.
Incredible. We love
He
this.
swipes at you once. You roll
I'm
backwards.
gonna take a step back as if we're dancing.
Yeah.
Like-
He swipes at you again. You dance back the other way. His swipe goes into the wall, and the end of his sword just chinks off and breaks. He looks at it for a moment, looks at you, drops the sword, and he's going to run. Let's see. He's going to run his full movement. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. So he's going to get about there. And then... Actually, that's his turn.
And to say, he used 2 attacks. So wasn't that action and bonus action and then running?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna catch this
Well-
guy.
No, not necessarily.
Oh no! What don't I know? Mm, mm.
In the meantime, Nina, roll me a d6.
Okay. One.
All right.
I hope that was how many minutes it takes for us to catch up to this person.
I whenever you're ready, I've got what I'm
Yeah,
gonna do.
go. You're up.
I'm gonna run up to him,
Okay.
and I'm going to take my trench knife and try to stab it into his thigh.
Yeah.
The
Make an
very
attack
least, I
roll.
want to. The very least, I want to try to like hinder his movement. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
Does that count sneak attack?
I think with your ability, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. So with that's 4d6. Let's see if I can at least knock him out. Mind you, this hit is non-lethal. I'm going to maim him.
Okay.
Try to stop him. Most I want to do is knock him out, not kill him. Hold on.
I
Drop
heard
the
a dice go rolling across the floor.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, 4, 5, 9, 12, 14, 16 points of damage.
Okay. 16 points of damage. Anything else?
Wait, sorry. 16 plus 3, 19.
Okay.
I forgot that like my dagger attacks have a plus 3.
Anything else?
With my bonus action?
Are you right next to him, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna
Sorry.
move you. No, you're good.
With my bonus action, I am going to... I mean, I'm not trying to kill him. Like I said, hoping that he's been he's been maimed. A little hinder on his running now. I'm going to try to tackle him again.
Okay, yeah, make a athletics.
Okay, a little better. 13.
Again, you go to grapple him, you go to grasp his arm, and he actually swings his arm about and manages to actually throw you on the ground. He rolled a natural 20.
God damn it.
So at the moment, you are thrown to the ground and prone. He is going to take his full movement.
Is it affected at all by the fact that I just stabbed into his thigh?
No.
The way you said that.
Sorry. He gets all the way to here. He's going to turn, and he's actually going to... He pulls out a light crossbow, and he's going to make a shot at you. 24 to hit.
Isn't it at disadvantage because he's prone, though?
It is. You're correct. So it's actually 23 to hit.
Oh, damn it.
I know. I always have it roll twice both.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Wouldn't it be that I'm knocked prone, so you get advantage?
No.
No.
Not with
ranged
weapon.
attacks,
Yeah.
if you're prone, yeah, it's kind of a... Yeah, so... But it still hits either way.
I mean, my armor class is 15, so yes, it
Yeah.
totally hit.
So, 6 piercing damage. You feel the arrow lodge into your hip, and you immediately pull it out. And then you feel something burning, spreading within.
Oh no.
And you take 17 poison damage.
What in the...
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Hold on. Updating my HP. Con save. Okay. What is my modifier on that? Interesting. That's a 17 con save.
Okay. You feel that poison starting to spread, and then it seems to just localize in the area. You feel like your muscles start to contract a little, but you're able to shake it off. Okay, you get the idea that that could have been far worse.
No one else heard Taylor Swift? Shake it off.
No! You're up!
Who's that?
Well, she's a sensational bard.
All right, Liam.
This fucker. He's got pretty big range on me. Jesus, he's got massive distance. I don't have any ranged moves right now. What about weapons? I did get a bunch of throwing knives, but I didn't put them in my inventory, so I can't use them. I'm not going to pretend like that. I'm going to dash and tackle again. Like this is just what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I'm trying to catch him. Trying not to kill him.
Real quick, roll me a perception check.
That's a 12.
Okay, it's not a high DC. This seems like a familiar path. It seems like the path you took coming from your perch, actually. So not too far from where you had been before. So go forward with your, you wanted to try and grapple him again?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a 10 again.
You run up to him and your hip, as you get up to him and go to dive, your hip seizes and you stumble and your arm catches around his neck and you wind up pulling him down to the ground. And you grapple him.
Woo! Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That is your action. Do you have a bonus action?
No, because I dashed.
Okay. He is... Shit. He broke his only close hand weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, he is going to try and break free. So he is going to make a dexterity check to get out.
Do I have to roll anything?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a strength check.
Strength, you said?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. It's my worst thing. I rolled a 3 again, so that's -1. That's a 2.
Yeah, he rolls over, presses a hand, digs it into your hip, and then he reaches his knee up and he kicks you backwards and pushes you off. And he just, before he kind of rolls to his knees, Stay out of this if you know what's good for you. Bitch had it coming. And he turns and he runs. Takes 15 feet of movement to stand. He'll get to about there. In the meantime, Nina, Chara, and Nathan and Rowan, you guys come tearing out of the palace, knowing that something is going down. What is your immediate reaction as you come out of the palace?
Probably to ask Liam for directions. But I think we would head to where we... did we know where Liam was perching? He like broke off from us at a specific spot, right? So I think we head back that way to try and find him.
So where he
Did I not
was...
say it was did I not say it was at the Manta Rose?
Nope.
Yeah, you did.
I thought he just said something went down. I'm chasing after him.
Yeah, he didn't
He
say
said
it.
at the.
Okay.
He did say at.
I thought he said at
Manta Rose,
the-
I thought.
Did he at the
Yeah.
Rose? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he said it. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought so too, but if I didn't, either that or we have a really massive Mandela effect right now, guys.
I'm willing
I
to
don't
go
know.
with it.
Yeah. We'll just head in that direction.
All right. So the group of you start heading towards the Manta Rose. Liam, this individual that just kicked you off and is running away, what are you doing?
I am gonna chase after him, and I'm gonna respond back to a statement. I've never been very smart, but I don't see how she had it coming. And at this point, I'm gonna drop pretense of trying to just catch him, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that without like. I'm not gonna tackle him anymore. I'm just gonna do non-lethal hits to try to knock him out.
Okay.
'Cause that fits my fighting style better. Do I have full range of movement, or do I have to like?
So you were on the ground, so you would have to take 15 feet, or I'm sorry, half your movement to stand.
That's what I thought. He and I have apparently the same movement, though. Yeah, because it's 15 for me to get up, and then it's 15 feet for me to move. He only moved 15 feet, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So he is probably about there.
Yeah. So here I am, and I'm gonna, with my trench knife, go in for an attack again.
Okay, go for it.
Uh, 10 to hit.
That does not hit. As
Okay,
you
well-
go to stab, and he turns just in the way that it deflects off his leather armor.
Okay, bonus attack. Gonna hit again.
Okay.
Try to hit. That is a natural 1 with my trench knife.
Okay. Same thing. You go to swipe again, and this time it brings up an arm, and you cling off his studded leather. He is going to actually, he's going to run again.
What a coward.
You can make an opportunity attack. Use your reaction.
I very much will.
Okay.
Use my
I love how
Getaway.
you just called him a coward. Didn't you run from the veteran that was fighting you after breaking into his house?
Look, that was different. There was no intention malice on my part. I really was just trying to get out of there and get back to you guys. Opportunity attack, though, with the trench knife. That is a 23 to hit.
Okay, that absolutely hits.
Okay. And we'll do that with sneak attack as well, non-lethal attack. So. 2, 4, 10, 13, 16.
16 damage. You see the swipe go across the back of his neck and shoulder, and you hear him cry out as he continues running. And then he turns, and as he gets far enough away, and he holds his light crossbow out again. He's going to take an attack towards you. Oh yeah. 15 to hit.
Meets
I
it,
believe
beats
that
it.
hits. 7 piercing damage.
But uncanny dodge, half damage.
All right. So half damage, so that'll be 3 piercing. And you feel that poison once again starting to take hold. So 3 piercing, 10 poison. I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Come on, come on. I'm really relying on this like new dice because I'm really rolling the best with it. That's a 19. I rolled an 18 plus 1.
Okay. You managed to shake it off again. The rest of you, you start to dart down. Parsonus, you see him, Chara, you especially, you see him suddenly slow to a stop as all of you take in the scene at the Manta Rose. A group of, like a line of people now almost in a crescent, kind of standing over this individual on the ground. You see Philippe down there. His white hands just covered in red. And you see Parsonus kind of stumble to a stop for a moment before he shoulders draw back and he immediately moves forward. And seemingly this take charge moment just comes over him. And he looks at Philippe. What happened? And Philippe just looks up at him. They stabbed her. They stabbed her. It's all right. And he just looks back and yells towards the ship for Hestava to come out. And he looks at Philippe. Get the body. And he almost like growls this out. And Philippe looks at him, eyes wide for a moment, and then nods. And Philippe darts off. Parsonus looks up at the rest of you as he starts to gather Melora, kind of grabbing her up. I'm going to need that man's body.
I assume
Nathan will just. Oh, God, sorry.
No, you go.
I was gonna say Nathan turns to Rowan. Rowan points to the body that Parsons was carrying, looks to Nina. You gonna be okay?
Yeah.
And he'll keep up with the rabbit.
Yes.
Nina will cast Fly on herself and make her speed 60. So she is flying behind.
Okay.
Chara would I'm thinking. Because how long has she been down?
Melora?
Yeah.
I'm, as best you know, you're not sure. She looks to be unconscious. She's bleeding out quite heavily.
Would Revivify, could I try it?
Make a medicine check.
That's a dirty 20.
She doesn't look dead yet. You get the idea that Revivify is far beyond what's needed at the moment. As Parsonus gathers her up, and you see him just kind of whispering nonsensical things to her, like, "It's all right, I've got you, it's okay." And he lifts her up.
I will rip off my suit jacket. I'll look over at Char, like, "Can you hold this?"
Yeah, I'll grab it.
And I'll unbutton it and pull up the sleeves of the shirt. I'm gonna run towards Parsoness and be like, "I don't know if this is gonna work, but I can at least try and stabilize her as you're moving. You don't have to stop."
He looks at you for a moment. All right. He lifts and carry her like this style, bucket style, I guess. And he's gonna start towards the Manta Rose. As he starts to head towards the Manta Rose, you see Hestava stepping out down the plank, stomping down, boots heavy. She takes in the situation, looks at Parsoness, and immediately looks behind her and calls out, "Tink!" And you hear the heavy metallic footfalls as Tink comes running out. And she looks at Tink for a moment. "Get these people to the safe house. Fast and quiet. Quick as a step." And Tink immediately moves forward, and you see Tink move up to the line of refugees. "It is all right. Come with me. I will show you the way. Safety is before us. Quick and quiet, if you please." And he would gather them and start moving off another direction. All of you start to hear some sounds off in the distance. And it sounds like a whistle far off. You are all very familiar with how towns work, and this absolutely sounds like guard whistles. So, at the moment, let's go ahead and have everyone roll initiative for me.
Would I have gotten in my quick touch to her attempt during this?
Not just yet.
Okay.
I'm going to say at this moment, this is when we're going to have all of you kind of start your stuff here.
An interesting thing just occurred to me.
Yeah.
Nathan, I have your guns.
You do.
I rolled a 12.
Okay.
The thing is up.
Yeah, interestingly, it was already a 12.
I got a 19.
19. Okay.
8.
8. Okay.
26.
Of course. Okay. Nathan, you move your full movement to get to the individual towards where you see Philippe going. You realize you are just keeping up with Philippe, who seems to have about an equal amount of speed as you.
Yep.
And that's about your turn with the distance you guys need to go at the moment.
Sure. Because, yeah, movement dash is 80 feet.
Perfect. 80 feet. Okay. Nina, you're 60 feet?
Yep.
Okay. So just a little bit behind, but you're still keeping up.
No, my movement would be 60 feet as an act. Like my regular movement is 60 feet fly. So if I'm dashing, I get 120 feet flying.
You see Nina soaring overhead, and
I'm looking out for those guards.
you just see this almost like flames over horns going before you in the night sky, and you are keeping an eye out for the guards. Roll me a perception check.
That's Nate.
Excellent.
I've been spending too much time with Nathan. It's a
You
problem.
are struggling to see anything at the moment. This is a city you are not familiar with. This city is a desert city. There are a lot. The city's almost more chaotic than like Waterdeep. This place is a lot of little alleys and such. You hear whistles, and it's just echoing off.
Yep, sounds good.
Chara, what are you doing as you see Parsonus carrying Melora into the ship
With Hestava. Hestava went with them.
Yep. And Rowan.
Which direction vaguely do I hear the whistles coming from?
Probably more southeast.
Let me look at the map really quick.
Mhm.
This map does me no good.
No.
Southeast. Does that look to be the same direction that the refugees are going to? Or are they going in the opposite direction?
Yeah. The refugees, so you guys probably headed more, Nathan and Nina and Philippe took off northeast, back the way that Liam had originally headed towards. The refugees headed straight east. You hear the whistles coming from southeast.
I'm gonna go with the refugees.
Okay. You start heading straight east. Full movement?
Full movement.
Okay. And dash, or are you doing a spell? Or an action of some kind?
I'm gonna use. I want to catch up to them, so I am gonna dash
Okay.
and keep up with them.
You manage to catch up to them, and you see a few of them. One of them stumbles a bit, and you easily help them back up as they continue forward. And you just hear the comforting tone of, "Everyone stay together, please. Straight in line, straight and steady." And continue to follow on behind Tink.
This is stressful.
Liam, the individual looks back at you and they are going to take another light. They point their light crossbow again. Oh, that misses. The crossbow, you manage to roll to the side to your feet as the bolt just scatters off the planks and off to the side. And they will use the rest of their movement. Let's see. How far is that? That's... Okay. Yeah. he's going to run to the edge. And he's going to make a leap. You see him make a leap and jump across this rooftop, trying to make it to the other rooftop, and the brick at the end breaks off and he winds up falling into the opposite wall. His jaw cracks into it, and you see pieces of white, which you assume are teeth, go flying as he falls to the ground below, about 10 feet to the ground. And he is absolutely going to take bludgeoning damage on that, because how could you not?
As long as he still has his tongue to answer some questions. We grow it back.
Okay. Oh, wait, I forgot.
I'm
no, it's
more
only 10
concerned,
feet.
like, did he die from the fall?
No. He falls to the ground, out of sight. You're up. Or actually, I'm sorry, Rowan.
Hold on, did he get knocked prone when he fell?
You're not sure.
God
He
damn it.
dropped out of sight.
Okay. Killing me here.
I know. Rowan, you are following, sleeves pushed up as Parsonus pushes past, and with Melora in his arms, heads towards Hestava, who takes one look at her and then looks up at you. What are you doing?
I'm going to run up and I'll meet her eyes for a sec. Hestava's eyes, and then just reach out and touch. He's carrying her basically like wedding style, so I'll like reach out and just like touch her leg.
That's what it is, wedding style, not bucket style. That's far more, yeah, okay.
Through the threshold.
Yep.
And touch her, like her ankle, and do spare the, or attempt to do spare the dying.
Okay.
And as I make eye contact with Hestava, I'll say that I'm trying to stabilize her so that we can focus on the healing.
You see her, she goes and she is going to lay hands on Melora, pulls back, sees you grasp her leg, and you grasp her leg and cast Spare the Dying, and you feel nothing. You can tell the casting has failed.
I'll look back up to Hestava with like disdain in my eyes. It didn't work. And I'll immediately like try again.
You see her momentarily like confused, and then her eyes are drawn to your eyes, and she is very good at putting things together, and she gives a nod and immediately starts leading Parsonus inside with her. Inside. And as you start to come with and try again, she presses a hand against you. This is no longer your fight. You're needed elsewhere. Your skills are no longer needed here. And she turns and takes Melora with Parsoness inside.
We go, Chara.
Do what?
I don't know if you saw me, but I went with the refugees.
Okay, because I had originally like thrown my jacket to you, so okay.
I'm carrying your jacket in just utter shock at the
Okay.
chaos that was not caused by me that is happening right now.
So I'm basically
Not caused by any of us. Like I'm really like I'm
Yeah.
just like fuck. Now what do I do?
so I'm basically left at the doorstep alone now.
Yeah. Nathan. You and Philippe managed to get... What's your full speed? 80?
Yeah, at dash.
Okay. Yeah, both of you equal speeds managed to get quite a good distance. And actually, sorry, I need to grab your pogs because I was not planning on you actually making onto the map. You managed to actually make it on here. And alongside Philippe, you are in the right here. I would say it was probably your full turn to get there. So that is where the start of your turn will be. Nina, you actually make it further. And since you are airborne, you
But I have seen him fall.
roll a perception check.
"12."
I mean, it's slowly going up.
Yes. You see your brother ahead, and you see that individual suddenly just face plant into the wall and disappear down. You are currently over the bazaar area.
Cool.
And I would say that's probably your full turn, just getting there.
Yeah, I was trying to debate whether or not I wanted to call down to Nathan, but I think Philippe knows the direction, right? Or actually, I'd call down. I'd say just the other side of that building.
Excellent.
Take the alleyway. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, actually, that is a...
Did you say the alleyway?
Yes.
Excellent.
You gotta do what Chara says. Or Chara would do. Get it? Get it? The
WWCD.
You said the alleyway, what would Allie is Chara?
Oh man,
Yeah,
that
that
took
went
me
right over
way
my head.
longer
Yeah,
than I
no.
should have.
Come on, guys!
I didn't get that at all.
I
I'm
got it
so-
immediately.
I am not a pun
What is my
person,
name?
y'all.
I have never been so disappointed.
I wasn't giving the satisfaction of
Uh,
I quit. I'm gone. Bye.
all right. Yeah, so Philippe, you see Nina, you cry that out, you call that out. You see his ears as he is also darting equally next to Nathan. That will bring us to Liam.
Okay. So, at the very least, I am going to get my ass over to where he was and look over.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to dash to get there, right?
Yeah, the distance on this map is way broken. And I didn't realize that till just now. So
yeah, I'm trying to figure that out because like everything seems like 50 feet of movement.
no, I'm gonna.
Each square is like 5 feet, right?
Yeah, we're just gonna guesstimate it honestly, and I would say you are fine to get there
Without dashing or with dashing?
without.
Okay, so then I'm going to look over and quickly see what's going on with him. Is he standing? Is he falling?
He's prone on the ground. He just smashed the shit out of his face and fell 10 feet to the ground.
Is he unconscious?
No, he doesn't look unconscious.
Okay, then I'm gonna do something really, really silly.
Okay.
I'm going to snap for Jonathan to come near me.
Okay.
I'm immediately gonna shove my hand in his mouth
Okay.
and pull out one of Nathan's guns.
Jonathan is always at your side on your belt.
Then I'm just putting my hand in his mouth and pulling out a gun as if I'm like I'm a gunslinger.
Which one? Roll me. Roll
whichever.
Yeah. Roll me a D4. 1 or 2, it's L. A 3 or 4, it's D.
No idea what's going to happen, but let's roll the dice. Also, I've been holding this picture because I knew I wanted to do this. That's so that picture's been waiting for me to send on Discord. That's a 1.
So L. You pull out. Nathan, can you describe that gun for me?
Muted.
Yeah. Basically, as you're pulling it out, it's got like pearl white handle, pure white gold almost for the entirety of the whole revolver from the go. And normally it has kind of like this semi-glow to it every time you've seen Nathan hold it. When you pull it out, it doesn't have that glow.
Interesting. I'm okay with that. I'm going to point the gun at his legs and just shoot. In the words of Frank from It's Always Sunny. And anyway, I just started blasting.
Oh. Okay. So you're probably going to need to do it at disadvantage because you are not at all familiar or proficient in any way.
Actually, what does you do exactly?
Uh-oh.
Like when you pull it, what do you think Liam does?
Quite frankly, Liam would quickly just point it at his legs and just start shooting. Just pull the trigger.
It does nothing. Because you have to cock the hammer every time.
That is a good point. That is a fascinating technical issue that Liam would not know about.
So you go to pull the trigger and it does nothing. And for a moment you just think, God damn it. Another thing that is just not working for me.
Just another thing abandoned. So with my bonus action then, I am going to grab one of my push knives that I bought, and I'm going to throw it at the guy down there.
Okay.
It is a ranged attack on a prone guy, so it is
it's
at
with
disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage. Sorry,
You're
I
right,
said
you're right, you're
advantage.
No. This is all correct. So
I'm only rules lawyering because I did it to try and help you earlier.
No.
Fair.
I appreciate it because that means I have to grab 2 dice and roll them.
I love Frank Reynolds.
So anyway, I started blasting. That is +7, 12 to hit.
Okay. It does not hit, unfortunately.
God damn it. Okay.
As you go to throw it, and he rolls to the side, his foot actually catches a line of thread connected to a line of clothing, and it just pulls it to the side, catching one of a stray piece of clothing, just catching the dagger and throwing it off to the side. Anything
Well,
else?
Nope. I'm just looking, I guess.
Chara, you are running close behind these refugees as you see Tink leading them down through alleyways. You hear whistling far off, and you hear a shuffling behind you as well.
I stop and turn around.
You stop and you look and you see a woman with a long dark braid and a white suit, sans jacket, which you are currently holding, running full bore towards you.
At least saw a long, cool woman in a black dress.
I was like, oh no, who's coming up behind me? But they're about to get blasted with something. Like, okay, great. It's Rowan. Rowan! Like, I didn't know what to do.
Rowan just takes a psychic glance to the face.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, that's like, can't run up to me like that. Great. I clock that it's Rowan. I'm gonna as long as the whistles sound far away, I won't feel so panicked. And I mean, Tink is literally a robot, so I don't know. Just kind of freaked out, and I didn't think that I could catch up to everybody else. To be honest, I'm a lot slower than everybody else. Should we keep following? What do we do?
I don't know. I wasn't unable to. I'm going to help her.
You couldn't help her?
I couldn't use my my spell didn't work.
Your spell didn't work.
No, I just it worked in the whatever. We'll deal with it later. Where is everyone?
This way, if you please. Carry on. No stragglers. Straight on, please.
Oh, I guess we have to go now. We gotta follow Tink.
Ching, ching, ting, ting. You see the metallic form leading forward. The line of refugees just immediately following behind. Chara, you feel someone grab your arm, and as you look, you see an older woman grasp your arm. This way. And she smiles at you, a couple areas gaping with no teeth. To freedom, my love. Come along. And she turns and follows the refugees.
I'm following. Let's go. Freedom sounds great.
Chara follows behind.
Chara follows behind.
Liam,
Yep.
The individual at the bottom rolls to their feet using half their movement. They're going to make crossbow. Oh. You take 9 piercing.
Mother.
And 21 poison damage.
Oh.
Yeah.
That brings me to 0. That brings me below 0.
The crossbow bolt slams into you. I do still need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Damn, if you want to kill me, just let me know. 14 con save.
Okay.
The poison still coursing through my body?
Guess you'll find out when you're conscious again.
Ooh.
I don't like that she was counting those.
I don't like that she was counting the dice.
I don't like that I was trying to be as least problematic today, and I'm probably gonna die.
You're not being problematic. You were trying to solve a problem. You're good. This is totally fine. We won't let you die. Don't worry about that, okay? We got you.
I just wanted a nice, peaceful night with my hardtack.
When has Liam being on his own ever been a peaceful night?
Before he met the party.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't like these sharp inhales.
You immediately fail a death saving throw.
Okay.
And yes, you fall unconscious as the poison starts to spread through your body. Hold on.
I have no other comments to make. My turn is over.
Oh wait, that's not the right far. There we go. Rowan, you follow close behind. Chara, who has just been grasped by one of the refugees, following after Tink.
Whereabouts, like, what are we in right now of the type of look around us? Like
So,
and stuff.
it is night. It is very dark. You see quite a few offsets. Like, you are following this line of people moving in and out between market stalls, down an alley, down a little offset, couple stairs, moving up. It is a winding path. It's tight at times. At other times, it's just a straight shot across a courtyard. You would not be able to find your way back, probably on your own, without some high checks.
Is there, and these are the people that look kind of ragged?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone starting to fall behind with the speed that we're moving in this quick up and down movement and everything?
That's a good call, actually. A couple are kind of stumbling. The old woman in particular who helped pull Char forward is starting to pant and fall behind a bit. And you just hear Tink's voice ahead. Steady as you go. Please keep up. We're almost there.
I will take up the rear and basically, like, the old woman, I will ask if I can carry her.
What? She doesn't really give you an answer. She's just not sure what you're asking.
And I will just, because of how quickly we're moving, and just
Scoop her up.
apologize later if she's not happy about it or whatever, and just pick her up as the wedding gift.
Yeah. Make a athletics check.
A 21.
Oh, you hear her kind of wheezing as she stumbles a bit, arm kind of braced against the wall as she continues to try to move forward. She's starting to lag behind, and you scoop in and say that, and she looks at you. What? And you scoop her up and immediately dart forward once more, easily carrying her, and you feel her arms just grip around your neck. Bless you, child. Bless you.
And I'll try to keep up at the back, and if anyone else starts to fall behind, I will literally be like, depending on the age, I'd be like, okay, grab onto my back and hang like a monkey. I will, whatever.
Oh, yeah. You
Yeah.
reach down with one hand and grip the collar of someone that stumbled, immediately pull them up and push them forward again. This group is just carrying on. You start to hear the whistles of guards and calling coming closer. Nathan. I would say from where you were at, 80 feet of movement. You could probably get about. I know. It shows it there.
It's not that bad in comparison. Like a building would be like 40 feet wide than the other 40, so it kind of makes sense to the distance.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to move that full. However you want to do.
Is there like a 10-foot? We're up, right?
Yeah, you're about 10 feet up from the ground below.
Yeah, sure.
I'm hovering over
make that jump.
stairs, though, right? Isn't that what?
Mhm.
Or is that a fountain
okay,
of
then
some
yeah.
kind?
So it's stairs down below that go into a doorway.
Oh, okay. So it's not stairs to the upper level.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Acrobatics, I guess.
Yes, go for it.
18.
Okay, absolutely.
Or no, sorry. Stupid. 24.
You leap off, and you manage to kind of do a leap mid-air, and you catch one of these ropes holding up the many shelters and swing down, drop, and roll to your feet easily. Philippe running along the other side. Actually, he'd probably be about there. Just a little ways back. And Nina.
Flying for where I saw the guy drop.
Okay.
I know I saw Liam go down. I recognize that. I just want to get sight on this guy to know whether or not he's still running.
Okay. So...
I I can go over the building. I can fly straight in a line down that way. Yeah.
Okay. I would say then, yeah, you can probably get all the way straight above and see the individual below.
Okay. I know that's my action and everything. I don't think I have a bonus action to use. Let me double check though. Actually, would you say he is 30 feet away from me?
10
Because
feet
I
up.
can Misty Step to him as a bonus action.
So it's 10 feet to the ground. And you were flying how high up?
Well, I guess it depends on... I wasn't too much higher because I'm not trying to draw a ton of attention to me, so probably another 10 foot on top of the height of the building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then I just Misty Step and drop down in front of him and go, hi there. And I'm just trying to startle him so he won't run further to give the guys enough chance to catch up.
Absolutely.
And that's my turn. I can take a few hits in the meantime. Maybe.
Liam.
She said confidently.
Roll me a death saving throw. You can do it privately if you would like.
Remind me, what are the numbers again?
Just a d20. Straight d20.
Right, but what are the saves and what are the deaths?
1 to 10 is a fail.
Do I have access to luck?
That's DM's call, yeah.
Yeah.
Same number both times.
Okay. Chara,
Man, I don't want to lose an arm.
you were running close behind, and you see Rowan scoop up this old woman and start helping people forward. You feel a shift in the crowd. You hear the sound of whistling and calling of voices. You see Tink's face turn back from further up ahead, the light passing behind that lace metallic facial plate. And almost assessingly, we have little time. We should move quickly.
And the whistles and the voices are getting closer.
Seemingly.
Can I get up to a higher vantage point?
So it'd probably be about 10. It's probably. You don't have a climbing speed, do you? No. So it's about 10 feet up. You would need to make a acrobatics check.
Okay,
Go for it.
let's give it a try. 21.
Oh, yeah. We'll say it's 10 feet of movement, but it's probably like half your movement to be able to get up to there. So you manage to easily grasp onto an area, vault off a box, and swing up onto a rooftop.
Do I see from this point like lights or like what looks like torches running in a certain direction? Do I get a good like view of approaching or retreating?
You see several lights that seem to be moving in a northwest direction. And then you see one of them break off. You hear voices, "This way! I hear things!" And you see some of the lights breaking off, beating against the shadows as they start seemingly coming towards the group of you.
Okay, I am going to cast Major Image
Okay.
at a point somewhere. I'm going to attempt for like halfway between us and where the light source is, but it's up to 120 feet.
Okay.
So like that's like the max of that. We're going to make it appear as if one of the building's sides has collapsed, causing
Okay.
a blockage in that path.
Okay. Marco. I love you, man.
Sure.
It's literally going with the beat of the music.
Oh, she's not telling you to roll anything. It was just the tapping of your foot. We can hear
Yeah.
it again. It sounded like a clock.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
It was impressive with how spot on it was with the music. Okay.
I just don't want to die.
Oh, you're good. Chara. With that, I believe it is it a intelligence or
It is intelligence. Let me pull it back up. I'm sorry.
no, you're good.
If they use their action to examine the image to determine it's an illusion with a successful investigation check against my cell save DC.
Good to know. Okay. So you cast the spell, Rowan. You see Chara leap, swing up onto a rooftop above, and as you are carrying this older woman and helping these people forward, you see her making movements, and you continue on. Chara, you visualize this. This is something coming out of your creative, chaotic thoughts and abilities, and you bring this vision to life as you reach forward and grasp the side of this building and just tear it down, this vision scattering across reality.
Yes, and I'd also like to hide. I just want to run up there. I'd also like to hide.
Wait a second. I want to say that's
a whole separate action. Unless
yeah,
you're
I think that's a
rogue.
whole
Yeah.
action. That's an action.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it was. I guess I'm just standing there doing this shit.
Doing some incredible shit.
Yeah.
Nina, you drop down and see this individual who immediately looks at you, and they are going to try and roll away. You can make an opportunity attack if you would like.
Okay, question. Are they running, like, are they turning around and running away from me this way, or are they trying to push past me and run this way?
They are trying to run to the right, so this way.
Okay. I don't have any of my melee weapons on me because I'm in an evening gown, and I don't have Warcaster, so I can't do a spell. So I will let him go, which is fine because I think Nathan's gonna hopefully maybe run that way anyway. But if not, yeah, it's fine. I let him go. I can't do anything.
All right.
I don't have the strength to do an unarmed strike.
He scurries on, turns. Actually, he's just going to make his full movement. He's going to dash and try and disappear. And that is his move. Rowan. Carrying a refugee, helping the others, seeing Chara casting magic high above as you run past.
I am going to continue pushing forward with the people and trusting what Chara is trying to do and just making sure no one's falling behind.
Absolutely. You encourage the refugees who hear the whistling. A couple of them stop and kind of fall back against the wall, crying. He's got us. They've come for us. We were never going to get free. And you come up. Follow close behind. Everything is fine. We're getting you out of here. And you encourage them, push them on. They immediately connect with your command and continue following the rest of the group. Nathan.
I would probably just barely get to Liam.
Okay. Full movement.
Would he have seen the dude run through this way? Like, I feel like as they're converging at the same point, would he have seen that movement? Out of curiosity.
Even though it's night, there's a lot of movement.
Okay,
I would
so there's
say,
other people here.
Oh, yes. I would say you can roll a perception check. Absolutely. It's not a high DC because this is someone that is darting.
11?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You absolutely notice an individual that is running away.
What is on the carts and stuff between me and the individual?
Lots of mercantile type things. Lots of foods. This area in particular looks to be spices, foods, cooking, oils.
Okay. With there being stands and cooking and stuff going on, would any of them have like a chef's knife or something on them as I run by?
Sure.
Okay. I will be snagging one of those on my way through.
All right.
And I can get to him.
Okay. You...
If I dash, though.
I would say you could probably grab it with your bonus action, for sure.
I'm gonna grab it, only move 40, so about halfway?
Okay.
I'm gonna do a ranged.
And then we just call that a knife, right?
Yep.
Essentially?
Yep.
Okay. 20 to 60. That in between 20 and 60 is disadvantage for throwing, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Right. And I don't have. Actually, do I need? Sorry, I gotta check the wording on something. Actually, you know what? I'll leave this up to the DM because it doesn't say anything. But even though I don't have one of my firearms on me, can I use a grip point?
Are you proficient in
I'm a fighter.
light?
I am proficient in everything.
Then yes.
Okay. I will use my grip point on this one then for... Nope, never mind. Scratch that. This one does say a firearm for that one, so scratch it. So I will just go as is. That's lucky. Okay, so 13 plus... What the hell's a night for me? So 22.
To hit?
To hit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And basically, I'm since I'm already at disadvantage, so I don't care. I'm going for like a knee/leg shot to drop him.
Okay.
So he basically runs by a stand and just reaches out, grabs a knife, is like, "Gonna borrow this," flip it, and just toss.
Okay. Yeah, roll damage.
1d4. Nice, max damage. 9 damage.
Okay. 9 damage. The knife hits the... Actually... Oh. It hits his leg, and he rolls and manages to knock it out of his leg and rolls to a stand again, looks at you, fuck all, and he's
if
gonna...
he makes eye contact, Nathan just reaches up and goes,
No. All right. Nina.
I let the guy go, and I fly back up to Liam on the roof.
Okay.
I kind of like land next to him, scoop him up in a hug, and I say, "Not yet, little brother. You still have so much time left." And I will cast Cure Wounds on him with a hug. So you get 7 hit points back.
Liam, you feel your form racked in pain as this just poison coursing through you, and you feel yourself scooped up. You hear the voice, a familiar voice, comforting, speak into your ear, and you grasp onto it and feel the poison dissipating as you feel oxygen finally coursing through your lungs once more. Anything else, Nina?
Nope. I think I just make sure that he comes to again, and I'm there when he wakes up.
Liam.
Liam's not. He's very weak, very tired, very. What's even the word? He's feeling everything from this, and the only thing he's gonna say weakly is just, as he's being held by Nina, all he's gonna say is, "Sorry. I really tried. Sorry," as like tears are starting to come out of his eyes.
You did nothing wrong. This was right. Now let's finish it.
And that's my turn.
I will say I picked up life. That's the only other thing I'm doing to get to Nathan. So I've got that in my hand.
Okay. Chara.
Just stress eating pizza. Yeah.
I know. I'm like.
I'm like, fuck.
The faces you've been making this whole time are fantastic.
I'm gonna have heartburn. You can already tell. And I'm like trying not to cry now.
I know.
Ridiculous.
I wasn't gonna let Liam die. I just had to scare the guy into running towards Nathan instead of away from him.
Look.
I
got all of
thought we
us,
were gonna
all
let
right?
Liam die. It was like, what the fuck?
No, I had a plan. I'm always thinking 3 steps ahead.
She did message me on the side. She's like, "I'm going to heal you next turn. Don't freak out." And I'm just there. I'm like, do I have a turn before her or not? Because
I
No,
knew
see
you.
what
I knew
made
you
me
did that.
panic is you rolled and you're like, I'm gonna use luck. I'm like, you do realize luck is a re-roll and you have to use that roll. So if you get a 1, you're dead.
it was the exact same number.
Well, luckily, yes.
We love the suspense.
I mean,
DM.
DM,
I'm gonna put my pizza down.
if you want to get rid of me, DM, you can just tell me.
DM's already sick, alright? Alright, Chara.
Yes.
You are standing atop a rooftop. You have just visualized and made a visual reality of this building tumbling down. You said investigation check?
Yep.
And what's the DC?
That's a really good question.
It should be your spell
I'm gonna
DC.
mute myself before I start making more noise.
17.
You see a troop of guards with torches in hand coming from 2 separate alleyways. They converge and shoot forward. All of a sudden, as you bring your hands down and visualize this reflection of crumbling building in your eyes, as you bring it to a reality, you see these guards cry out and stop as the entire of this troop comes to immediate halt, a couple of them stumbling into the building on the side. Do they take any damage if they believe
Not
it?
for major image, no.
Wait. For major image?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
positive.
Okay.
It's not able to cause damage.
Yeah, it's just an illusion. There's no.
It's just an illusion.
Because I thought there was something
Major
if they...
Phantasmal force.
That's what
does
it is.
that.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Don't worry. I've got that one in my pocket for in just a moment, okay?
You see several of them stumble into the side, the ones just at the front of the line. their back troops coming up and helping them up as they all pull backwards. What happened? The building collapsed. And you see one of them make another whistle sound and direct them on back the way they came. You see torchlights going further back and starting to spread, going different routes.
And it's my turn.
It's your turn.
And they have left the scene of the rubble. They like went around it.
There's probably about 3 or 4 of them still there. And about 11 of them have parted off to seek other routes.
Let me think for a second. Okay. Okay. So it says, where are the refugees now? Can I see them still?
They are probably about... So they get full move. They're probably about 30 feet in front of you.
Damn, they did not get very far.
But it is a lot of tight movements, so the guards can't see them at the moment.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. So I can make this make noise. And I can also move it as I see fit.
Okay.
So what if I made it sound like a dragon roars? And tries to and the rubble starts to shake as if something is coming from
out
where
of
the
it.
building fell.
You see them stumble after you've pulled this reality down. And you see them split off. And then you bring your hand forward and pull a finger back, and a puff of air comes out of the side of this building with a loud growl, and a large claw reaches out and grasps the side of the building, curling around, breaking into the side of the brick. And a second claw reaches out and grips into it, and a snout, large, comes out, and the nostrils flare out as flames shoot out of it, the opposite side blackening against the wall. And you see these 4 guards, their eyes widen. They immediately run the opposite way, whistle blowing loudly before the whistle goes flying off. The guards are currently leaderless, with no direction.
Oh, I
Well
dropped my
done.
earpiece, sorry.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
The assassin. He takes one look at you, Nathan. Says, fuck me. And he's going to run.
Does Nathan swim that way?
He's going to get to there. And that is his movement. Rowan. You are following behind, carrying a refugee. You see Tink suddenly slide to a stop along a building. You see him, his hand reaching up along the stonework, feeling, and then he reaches back and he punches into the stonework. It splinters, and a wall moves to the side. Everyone in, please. There's plenty of room for all. Bedding and food, please, one at a time. As the refugees start to move in.
I will follow in with the old lady.
You follow in. You see Tink, as you start to go in, press a hand against you and takes the old woman. Please, allow me. And helps her down. You are needed elsewhere. And Tink would help the old lady inside and the other refugees. Anything else you would like to do? I would say you probably have your full movement, as this was you getting there.
How far would you say for us to pass Chara to this door? Is it?
Chara's probably a good 60 feet back now.
Okay.
If it's a straight shot, though, you see this ridiculous image of a dragon coming out the side of the building, though.
I know. Yeah. So, Tink takes a woman. I will quickly look at where we are, like, and take in the surroundings as much as I can in a split, 20 seconds, if that, 15 seconds. And just like, is it literally look like it's a room within the wall? Did it go down steps kind of more underground? So is it underground entrance, or
Yeah,
is
so
it just another building?
it looks like a wall that has separated and shifted to the side. There are stairs going down and in. And as you kind of lean down, you see lights starting to come on inside. It is expansive, and it reminds you a bit of Malou's tea shop, teapot, where it went down almost into an underground area, but expansive, open, and comfort. You immediately see stacks of not boxes, but like shit with stuff in it. Supplies. And obviously, this is a well-known safe house that has been set up. And the rows of cots along the other side.
Okay, I will go back out the door and attempt to close it. Based on what I saw, like either getting it to start moving or whatever I can. Or does it close on its own?
Yeah. Tink would leave the last person through, and you would see them pull back and then punch another piece of the stone wall, and the door would start to slide closed. You hear whistles starting to come now from the northeast corner.
Looking at the wall from the outside again, the punch that happened, does it look obvious that there's something there now?
The brick they punched, as they pull their hand back, it's depressed. But then soon as the door connects and closes, it comes back out and meets the rest of the brick wall.
Okay.
Flush.
So seeing that you can't tell that it's there, I will turn around and can I see a perfect trail leading to that spot with all of the footprints from us or anything?
It's hard to see in the dark, but I mean, it's a dirt kind of... There's a lot of stonework in Athkatler. Along the back alleyways, it's been so well tread. There's sand prints, absolutely.
I will bamf out my wings. And while standing on the ground, I'm going to just start swinging them as hard as I can to create a windstorm type thing and just start moving down the alley back towards Tara while trying to move all the sand to hide the footprints to that wall.
Awesome. The wings flurl out behind you, and you immediately start first just twirling in one and then flapping them, creating this wind that just sweeps it back and forth. Chara, you see Rowan starting to move towards you. Nathan.
I think all I can really do at this point is just dash at him.
Go for it.
Probably won't be the one. But there, give or take.
Okay.
That's my whole turn.
Nina.
Okay. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta measure this again. I think it said it was near... No, he's about 125. Okay. I am going to look at Liam and say, get to Nathan. He's right down below. We've got to get to this guy so I can hide us. And then I'm going to give him a little bit of squeeze, and then I'm going to fly, say, what is that, 60? We'll do like the 60 feet, which is my movement.
Okay.
And then I would like to Scorching Ray this assassin, which has 120-foot range. I am going to do it at, let's see, it starts as a second, so a third level would be 4. And a 4th level would be 5 rays. So that's what I'm gonna do. 4th level Scorching Ray. So I'm gonna. It's got 5 rays coming at him. Roll all of them at the same time because I have that many d20s. The lowest one is a 14.
Okay, that one misses.
Okay, 15's the next one.
Okay, all the rest hit.
Okay, so four of them hit. That's 2d6 each, so that's 8d6, right? Six, 12, 17, 28. That is only 6, so I need to roll 2 more. 28 plus another 11 is 39, plus my elemental 5, so 44? Did I math that?
You raise up into the air, and Nathan, you sense this fiery light up behind you before it darts in 5 fiery rays moving forward. You see these 5 scorch across the ground down. You see the first 2 hit this assassin. It throws him and thrusts him backwards against the ground, and the other just smear across. He just winds up becoming this scorched skeleton across the ground as the flames just completely disintegrate him.
Well, hopefully we can still speak with the dead on that skeleton.
Yeah, you completely annihilated that.
Yeah, Nina's tired of him running. Sorry.
Okay.
And I think that's my action, my movement. I don't have a bonus action. I'm not gonna because this is too much of a distance, I'm not gonna throw life to Nathan yet. I don't think I could do the 30 feet unless I'll wait until I'm closer. So
that's going to bring us out of initiative. However, there is still a timed thing moving in the background, which are the city guards. So with that in mind, we'll start with Nathan, Nina, and Liam.
Where's Philip at this point?
Philippe? Ah, you're right. I apologize.
That's all right. We don't mind.
Yeah, he would have, because you're right, he was moving on your initiative, Nathan. He probably, as Nina went off, he probably would have come up towards Liam, actually. And, skidded up next to you, Liam, and just, hey, are you all right? Come on, here, let me help you. And he would help try and lift you up a bit.
Liam will take the body crutch and just start to limp off with him. His hip hurting, his body weak from poison.
Nina's gonna fly down and pick up the skeleton and then bring it back for us to all group up here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, Liam, open up the crab.
Liam is going to weakly snap his fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonathan's going to just open his maw, revealing the dark portal in his mouth.
Assuming Nathan gets his other revolver out, Nina will then push the skeleton inside the crab. And then I cast invisibility on all 5 of us with my 5th level spell.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, Nathan will pull out both holsters, kind of quickly strap him on. But he keeps life in his hand.
Okay.
Now we sneak back quietly, but quickly.
All right, so the group of you do that. Chara and Rowan, you all Chara, you see Rowan sweeping towards you, flapping her awesomer wings behind her. You see the line of footprints starting to flatten and scatter as she looks up at you and then flies straight up, and you see Tink, who immediately, seeing the two of you, runs towards a building, choo, 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 leaps, grasps on, and throws themselves up onto... throws themselves up onto a roof where they roll and stand, and they start running towards you. What are the three of you doing?
Following this robot to get back to the ship, because I don't know where we are. That's what I would do.
Well, they're coming towards us right now.
Oh. Tink, where do we go? Tink, like, no, I really pause. Let me pause for a second. I would look to see, so the guards are, we heard whistles in the northwest now.
Northeast
now.
So, to give you an idea... Okay. Mentorose is here. Nina, Liam, and Nina are here. And you three are here.
Okay, then we're not as far as I thought we were.
So it's less of like you get to move your full movement and just more anything you guys want to do while you're running. And this is to both you and Rowan. Or just full run?
I think I'm going to do a full run. However, I am going to recast Major Image.
Okay.
And this time it's going to just be a dragon instead of a... That way that there is essentially what looks like a dragon trailing us, you know, we're going to say it is as far as it can be away from us. For the spell, if that makes sense, so that it's like distracting. I want it to be a distraction is what I'm trying to do. And then once we're safely back at the Manta Rose, have it just shoot up into the sky and look like it disappears into the night.
All right.
That's what I want to do. I don't know if I can do that, but that's like my
absolutely
thought. Like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Rowan, anything you're wanting to do?
No, I think I'm just going to be focused on running, because probably by the time I get up with Chara on the roof, the weeds will end up dissipating. So I'll have to hop back down towards the ground and just focusing on following Tink.
Okay. And then, okay, well, let's start with you guys. Okay. And the other group. Nathan, Nina, and Liam.
Really quick, I made an error with my 5th level. I can only invisible 4 people. So what
Okay.
I will instead do is invisible Philippe, Liam. Oh, that is 4 people. No, because I put the guy in the crab. That was my problem. Problem solved. Okay, so we've got 4 people invisible. I was thinking I had a 5th person who wasn't. I was going to say Nina and Nathan
Also,
just walking
hold
back
on a
in their
sec.
nuclear, but
Is he still a person if he's a scorched skeleton?
I mean, he's in the crab right now. He's hidden because you're wearing the crab, so it doesn't matter. But
It's like a handful of bones that she picked up.
loosely held together with whatever he was wearing.
Yeah.
We're rolling stealth, is that what you said?
Yes.
Do we get advantage because we're invisible?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I just have to make sure.
Yeah.
That's 2 13s for 19 from me.
I needed that because with my injuries, I rolled a 2 first. Now I rolled a 19 with my modifier. That is a 7, so that's a 26. So from a 2 to a 26.
It's pretty damn good.
It's a 24 for me.
Jeez. Oh, Philippe. Where's his character sheet? Okay. Okay. All of you start to dart off. Nina, are you just flying like level with the rest of them?
No, so because I stuffed the guy in the crab, I can actually make all 4 of us invisible, and I have to do that anyway. I can't fly. I can't concentrate on invisibility and fly at the
Got
same
it.
time. So we are
So-
all 4 walking back
All right.
invisible.
So like power walking back, actually probably full bore run,
Yeah.
since you don't really need to try and, yeah. All of you dart through the alleys, through the marketplace, throwing clothing and things aside that you're running through, darting around people, and you definitely hear the sound of whistles and calls. You see guards dart pass through one alleyway directly in front of you, going through as you all kind of skid to a stop against the wall. You wait a moment. You see one of them stop, panting. And they hold their torch and look towards you. There's nothing here. Keep going. And they move forward. You all continue. As you are running forward, you dart out from between the buildings. You see the Manta Rose before you. And then you hear a large roar. You turn and see a large dragon burst into the air, flames coming out from these wings that unfurl and just drop from it as it goes straight into the sky, roaring and just unleashing this lava of flame that soars and then drops onto the city below. Screams erupt from across Ethkatla as you see Chara, Rowan, and Tink running across a rooftop, drop down, and start running towards you. You all meet up and jump onto the ramp and make your way towards the Mantaros. You all run into the ship.
I drop invisibility once we're inside.
You drop invisibility. Chara, Rowan, you all of a sudden see the rest of your teammates standing there, running beside you. Tink would be the last one in, seemingly standing there waiting. But as he sees the invisibility drop and he watches all of you appear, excellent, all of you have arrived. He pulls the seal down and throws the, God damn it, whatever it is to lock it, and follows, charges through, heading towards the bridge. You hear voices further down as you start to make your way down the gangplank and you come to the platform. You see Parsonus and Hesteva with Melora on the ground. Hesteva has placed multiple bandages, and you see Parsonus nod, jump, and slide down the ladder and run to where Fennel and Anise are, and immediately starts giving orders. The path is clear. Off we go. Very calmly giving orders to these two young women who look freaked out. They both take a breath and then start their duties. As you feel the manta rose, you see Anise start to wind up this gear, and Fennel grabs a switch and pulls it down, and you hear a and lightning arcs across the ceiling, shooting towards the back, and you feel the shift as the ship starts to move back into the waters and out into the sea.
Yeah, Chara would I don't know, I assume Parsonus was busy, but just be like, careful going into the sky, because I did just send what looked to be a dragon into the sky, so there will be eyes.
Nina says, nice work.
A dragon, an actual dragon.
Well, as far as the guards are concerned, but no.
Yeah. And he just nods. All right, steady as she goes. We're going to take her through the water at least a mile. Then we'll consider lifting her up. Well done. You all drift and make your way out of Ethkatla.
did it. We did it. We did it. Yay.
Well done with the tension at the end there, DM. All
What?
of that was very well done.
Yeah, it was great.
All right. So, da. Oh man. What do I even throw you on?
Nina will look to Liam, and by the way, as we're like, drifting out, and give him a big hug, and just be like, "Are you okay?"
Full disclosure, Liam is barely conscious
Yeah,
with the poison and everything.
yeah. She's gonna cast another Cure Wounds on you, so you get a little bit more. I'm doing this one at 3rd level. So you'll get another 24 hit points back.
Exciting.
Okay.
Go rest. Okay? You did good. And you said he was crying earlier?
Yeah, he had tears in his eyes.
Okay. She kind of brushes that away and just tells him to go rest.
Liam
Nathan's
immediately.
kind of off to the side, just clicks out the chamber, life kind of gives it a spin, closes it and holsters it. He looks over at you, Liam. Did good.
I don't know how else to do this, but like I said, Liam's very tired. He just passes out. There's no movement. He just passes out wherever he was laying.
Okay. We cover you with a
he's
blanket,
talking.
yeah.
Yeah.
Rowan would immediately go to try and find out what happened or what's going on with Melora.
Yeah. Hestava and Parsonus would have taken her into his quarters probably and put her down on the bed. And they would have, Hestava would be basically applying first aid. Hold on, let me bring up her sheet to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Yeah, she's able to stabilize her as she presses compression bandages down and applies some herbs and such. And you just see Parsonus off to the side, like worryingly at his bottom lip, watching as Hestava, sleeves pressed far up, blood all the way up her arms as she tends to Melora. And Parsonus at one point catches eye of you. Is it done?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I was helping the refugees.
That's what I'm speaking of.
I guess I wouldn't have known the other thing. It is done.
Good.
They're all safe.
Good. And the thing you were doing, the Shadow Thieves, success?
I wasn't technically there, so I don't want to speak out of turn. We'll talk about it later. And I'm gonna just start walking back up to Melora and doing another look up at Hestava. And I'm going to reach down and grasp her hand and basically put it in between both my hands. And this time I'm going to attempt to use my healing hands ability, which comes from my Osmer background, and see if that works.
Okay.
And I'm basically looking, I'm holding her hand, but I'm looking at where the wound is at. Almost make it seem like I can drive the focus there. And just in my mind say, please spare this woman, don't take her.
You cast the magic and you feel it pass through. Go ahead and roll the healing.
Uh, 10.
10. You see Hesteva sit back a bit as you cast this magic, and when you complete it, she pulls her hand out from beneath yours, kind of draws her hands to her own lap, looks to the side, grabs a rag, and starts cleaning her hands off. And she just looks up at you. That should do it. Thank you.
At least I was able to do something. And I'll start to turn to walk away.
As you go to walk away, you notice Hesteva just looking down at her hands thoughtfully as you exit out the door. Okay. Anything the rest of you want to do immediately?
I'm gonna get the skeleton out of the crab of holding and take it to Parsness and apologize for turning it into flambe. But I'm hoping when he told us the body, that means he has some way to communicate with someone who's dead.
And if he doesn't, we do.
Yeah, Nina doesn't know that, so hoping she says that as a player, she says that in front of Chara.
Yeah, Parsoness comes out of the room eventually and closes the door behind him and just kind of leans back against it for a moment. And as you come up, his eyes just kind of drop and look at you, and you pull out, show these bones, and he's like, are you fucking serious?
As a heart attack? He had a lot of a head start.
I mean, if we're being honest, she's probably holding back.
He reaches in and pulls out one of the blackened bones. There's barely even a skull here, but It doesn't
Consider it
matter.
just what Denna's future looks like.
He drops the bone back into the bag. Did you at least get what you needed?
We did. But we're on a time limit, so the faster you can get us back to Waterdeep, the better.
Yes.
And anything we can help with, let us know.
You see him kind of lean back against the door again. This has gotten a lot more complicated very quickly. I'll let you know. Thank you. He looks at you for a moment, Chara. Kinda, his eyes drop, and he just kind of drops his head for a moment. A slight head nod. Before he just kind of opens the door and slips inside. Closes it. Anyone else doing anything at the moment?
Liam sleeps.
Absolutely.
I'm sad. Now Parsnips is gonna ignore me. Because of his mommy. Because obviously that's what's important right now.
I'm sure it's just that his friend contact in the city's hurt. I'm sure he'll come around.
I'm sure that's what it is. But I have like a suspicion that Chara probably sleeps in like one of the viewing pods instead of like one of the rooms, like watching the stars and stuff pass by. I doubt that she will go into a little box tonight, but I don't think that she has anything immediately to do other than contemplate everything that has happened.
I think Nathan would go to the viewing deck. Probably just hang out there for a bit.
Nina goes with him.
Chara spies on them from her view.
What time of day is it, anyways?
Oh, it is
night-ish by
night.
now. Yeah. Okay.
Yep,
It's time for you guys to kiss, is what it sounds like.
It's probably like at this probably like 11ish.
Okay. Yeah, he'd probably just be there.
Because Rowan went to see Melora, and then you guys were, you probably passed me in the hall when you were going to deal with the body. She would have gone to the viewing deck as well, but it's when she starts hearing voices of some other people coming or whatever, she would have dipped out. And I don't know if you want to like roll if you catch her leaving or assume that you didn't, but she would not.
Honestly, that's your call. Do you want to stealth out of there?
I mean, basically she's there. She hears voices coming. I'm gonna try and leave. So I can roll a stealth.
Yeah, go for it.
$19.
You're good. Beats my passive.
Same.
I fully see you.
Yeah, Chara sees you.
Chara's
I
not
just
gonna
imagine
bother you,
Chara
though.
like getting eye contact, just being like,
Like, you know Chara sees you, but like it's been a long day. And so Chara would just let you pass.
Gotcha. And I slip away to God knows where.
Nathan, you head to the viewing deck. You can kind of hear Anise and Fennel far below. tinkering away. Whispers from far below. Their voices as they... You can kind of hear them talking about everything that's happened and just contemplating the future as you sense Nina coming up behind and standing beside you.
Well, that was quite the evening.
I mean, all parties end up like that. It wasn't so bad.
Well, we make a good team. Managed to get out of that gala without too much craziness, so that's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, nobody ended up dead at the party.
Yeah. No dragons were summoned, no fires started. It was successful.
I mean, technically you were there.
But next time, before you go running off, I can always go with you. We can cast Fly on us both. Just for future reference.
Right. Doesn't that use up your powers or something?
I do have a finite amount of energy, but I've got some tricks up my sleeve.
Fair enough. I will definitely keep that in mind. And he's like taking off both his holsters and kind of throws them over the railing. So you pulled life from the crab, huh?
No, actually, Liam did. It was sitting next to him on the ground.
Really?
Why?
He looks down at both his revolvers and just, he pulled life. Interesting. Maybe there's some hope for him yet.
There's always hope for him. But we're all exhausted, so I am going to go get some sleep. Leave you to your stargazing.
Fair enough.
Thank you for tonight.
Just gonna savor the memory.
And I think
And you do look beautiful, by the way.
Thanks. You clean up pretty nicely yourself.
As long as I'm borrowing somebody else's clothes, definitely.
Your normal clothes look better anyway.
Thanks. Have
Good
a
night.
good sleep.
She heads off.
Barf.
How far down is the girls? They're about 10 feet, you said, I think, at the point, right?
So you guys are on the top platform. They're
Okay.
about they're about 20 feet down.
Okay.
Chara, you are kind of on the opposite side, watching your friends, and you see them talking, and you watch as this kind of tender moment between them. And you notice off to the right, along the side of the wall, you see green lichen starting to creep around the corner. A vine slithering down and out. The lichen spreads across the wall, further towards you. And darkness spreads around the middle of it. And you see a gnarled black hand grip from outside. Like from inside going out. And you see another hand reach out from this circle of lichen and now moss and vines, and it grips. And you see a dark figure step out of this circular, almost portal, draped in a dark cloak, a gnarled, hunched form that looks up. And you see an old, craggy woman with a long, pointed nose and pointed teeth as she smiles at you. And her hands curl over. Long, spindly finger just beckons you forward. As she turns and walks and grips the side, this like hole in the wall of the ship that's like all moss, lichen, and vines, and she steps back into it.
I follow her.
You follow her.
But I rolled to see if I followed her. I did. 1 through 10, I was gonna follow. I'm like, okay, I'll go with this weird old lady. We're gonna see what's gonna happen.
You step into this hole in the wall. And the sound of the ship behind you deafens and mutes. You step into a softly lit area, very small, almost like a 10-foot by 10-foot. The ground soft with moss and vines growing, crawling slowly up the walls and forming up above you. You look behind and you see this oval portal behind you, the ship just beyond. And you see a tree before you. The trunk of it spreading up into the ceiling, and you watch this craggy old woman move forward, reaches up a hand, digs her fingers into the trunk, and she rips and pulls. You're so good at that. Fine. And you hear the cracking of wood. Black marks, like burns, going up along it. As she then grips one side and pulls. And then she moves off and looks at you. And you see the trunk that has split. And this silvery, almost like mirror that remains in it.
Not a fucking mirror.
As you stand before it, you look. And you don't see the form that you currently are. You see the form that you actually are. The ears, the fur, and something you've never seen before. Markings. And something moving behind you. And the vision ripples. And you see a different form step forward as branches, almost like antlers, coming out of draping moss, a crown atop a head of blonde braids, and a thin woman that steps through the mirror. And the craggly woman steps back and just bows to this person. This short woman that steps through, young, welcome, wanderer, child of my realm. She kind of walks up to you and just drapes the hand down your cheek. And just her eyes kind of look over you. I'm not the visiting spirit as you're used to. This be a pocket realm of my own creation. A temporary bridge between our realms. Though it requires much of my energy, so our time together will be brief. You have come across a demon that is under suspicion as having murdered some of my court guardians and absconding with something that belonged to me. A clever demon, very dangerous. Many call him the Prince of Deception. I know him as Fraser Blue.
Don't worry, I've got that written down already. That's one we've heard.
Just hold on. But Uchara would recognize that name.
Yeah, that's the same demon that was associated with me and with Rowan's stuff. Yeah.
How would I know? I came across them.
You don't feel it. She kind of takes a step back and then almost glides around you. These vines kind of spreading out behind her, digging into the earth and drawing up. He is a powerful demon lord, one of illusion. You never seen him. You don't know.
So I've never seen him.
She's asking you.
He's a great deceiver, as they say. I probably wouldn't know.
She glides around you. Tell me your name, child.
Chara.
Chara of...
If I knew, I might tell you, but I don't know.
You belong to this world?
If I'm correct, I think I belong to your world.
You know who I am, then.
I'm gonna give it a guess here. I kind of have a theory. Chara's like obviously nervous. She's like, no, I don't like this. like just blood, but like this is that moment where saying that she knows the Queen of the Fae is going to come back and bite her. But I think I know who you are.
She kind of moves up and gets into your face. I want to hear you say it.
Queen of the Fae?
One of my investigators recently visited you. He thinks you innocent. I believe him. And she kind of raises a hand and just gently guides it along your forehead. Fraser Blue is a powerful demon lord, one of illusion. He rules over the 176th layer of the abyss, known as the Hollow Heart, and has for eons. A realm that he manipulated and shaped to his own design, using a powerful staff. This layer of the abyss, this realm he spent centuries creating, was one many considered rivaled the beauty of Arvandor and Bitopia. But he was betrayed and imprisoned by his own kind, who envied his power. His staff was destroyed in the process, and after centuries of imprisonment, Fraser Blue was able to convince two humans to help him escape. And he returned to his home to find it completely ravaged and ruined. Desolate landscape. And with his staff of power destroyed, reforming the Hollow Heart would prove to be an onerous task. Not to mention the scars that had been torn across reality that left his realm open to demonic invasion. Rumor has reached my ear that he once more seeks to rebuild the Hollow Heart, but without a staff he seeks a new item of power. An item that at one time was used to entangle the weave before it carved out a chunk of Toril when it was pulled apart. The blast wave being felt across the lands. This item was a legendary crystal known as the Gatekeeper Crystal. I was the keeper of one of its 3 parts, until it was stolen from me 28 years ago. Alone, it's quite powerful, but combined with its sisters, it can entangle the weave, make it unpredictable and violent, sunder reality and cause mass destruction, and all that in the untrained hand. Now imagine it in the hands of one that is trained. Tell me, child of my realm, are you in service of this demon lord?
No.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh, my mouse is dying. Oh no. Hold on. It's a dirty 20.
I thought as much. However, my spies tell me the crystal was stolen shortly after you left our realm. You understand my suspicion, yes?
I do. But I was a child.
Mine was only one of 3 parts. As with many items of great power, myself and other deities agreed the parts should remain separated and far from its sisters. So one was given to the care of Hieronymus. I carried one upon my wand, and the other remained buried deep beneath the rubble of Hellgate Keep. I don't suppose you know nothing about any of that, do you?
I know who Hieronymus is. We had a conversation or two, but I didn't know that he had the other part of the crystal.
She just looks at you.
What would you have me do?
Her head kind of tilts, looking at you. What do you want to do?
Fuck, I don't know. I enjoy the differences that I have in this realm. I am somewhat, in different ways, stronger than some. My powers are unique among those here. And I like that. But as far as
do not have your full potential here, outside the realm that you are meant to exist in. Did that bother you? Would that change your mind?
Can't miss what you don't have. I am happy to help you, Queen. I truly am. Because it's not just one realm that will benefit from the actions. It's all realms. if you have a way of granting me assistance with what it seems that I have been chosen to do, well then, great.
She kind of does a slow walk around you, her eyes dropping down your back. And then as she walks around the front, they flicker up to meet yours once more. Here some informed me that you were one tail. But that is because you were not in your realm. And as you look back, Chara, you see your tail has split into 5 different tails. The Feywild is your home, Shara. And again, her hand just kind of brushes along the side of your face. For the task ahead, I will gift you my blessing. And she leans down and kisses your forehead. And you feel the rest of your form move into your kitsune form. And you feel something ancient and runic moving along your skin and your fur. And I will allow you to describe, and you can take time to do it, how your kitsune spirit markings will look like. As she kisses you on the forehead and leans back. With my blessing, child, go forth, confident that the energy and presence of the Feywild of home will forever be with you. And Chara, you can take the feet tails of the kitsune.
Hey!
As she takes several steps back, and you see these, like this drape of moss and vines that have kind of almost like a cape behind her start to crawl up against the wall, up over that little portal. And as she walks backwards, it drapes down in front, and that trunk starts to close once again. Find my crystal, child. The Fey Queen trusts in you. And the trunk closes. And you see the craggly form of the woman who is just standing against the wall look up at you and gesture towards the open portal on the opposite side.
Yep, I'm gonna back up out of this room real quick.
You
Awesome.
back up. The craggly woman walks forward, almost like grunting as she does, and then grips her claws into the side and rips it closed. And the vines and such that you saw, that portal opening, just slams closed in a flurry of leaves that just drifts to the deck plating.
Char's gonna like look around and be like, did anybody else see that shit?
Nina and Nathan, you see Chara back away from the wall and then just stare at it for a long moment.
Chara, you okay?
So, you know how not that long ago I was like, I know the Fae Queen.
Yeah?
And by Fae Queen, I mean like Queen of the Fae Wilds kind of thing. Well, now I really know her. And now I gotta go find a crystal to save not just this realm, but multiple realms.
Nina, you and Nathan also both see 5 tails kind of just flapping behind her slowly,
Oh, and I
like a cat.
I didn't even realize that I was in my kitsune form either. But like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, how about we take 5? Everyone breathe. I will go get us a bottle of wine, and then we can share this.
I have to tell you what else happened tonight too, because that's only the half of it.
Okay, 2 bottles of wine then. And Nina goes off to the galley to find some.
So, you learned all that from a wall?
Well, there was like a portal.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that you got to see it, but like a pocket dimension thing.
I feel like I would notice that.
No, I don't think you would. But it happened. It was real.
Okay, then.
It was kind of creepy. Like Nina's mirror thing. It was kind of like that.
Yeah, see, I can see the mirror.
Right.
But, I mean, Magic's your thing. I'm just going to trust you on this one. I mean, you are
If I could let
five-tailed
you-
and different, so...
If I could let you in my brain, I would, but can't, so...
I mean, same. If you could pull some shit out of there that I can't quite get to, that'd be great, but... Oh, well.
Yeah.
Brains, right?
Right. Right. Cool. We got these cool new tails.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with that.
And I think that's a good place to end it for the night. Well,
What a
Done.
lore drop. Holy shit.
We can't even get one night's rest.
Liam sleeps comfortably.
you all had like 2 weeks of rest. No, yeah, 2 weeks of rest.
Good session though, guys. I can't believe that was as successful as it was, to be completely honest.
That was fun. DM, will you send me the feat that you were talking about?
I already added it. If you refresh, yeah, just refresh your page and you should see it under feats.
Now I get it, by the way. Super funny that I was like, hey, DM, I forgot to do some recon for the Fae Gym in Athkatla. And you were like, LOL, it's okay.
I already took care of it for you.
You were like, don't worry. Here you go.
All right, gang. Well, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna head out
Yeah.
for the night.